right, we are almost ready. YouTube window in. All right. Greetings, champions. Greetings, champions. Greetings. Aha. Hey yo. Hey yo. Kono yoro. Beke yoro. Kono yoro. Beke yoro. I've arrived. Let's waste no time. Let's waste no time. Where's my deck tracker? Oh, that's why. That would be way. That would be way. It's under my. It's under my game. All right. Let's go. Dark Gift. What rank are we? Trash rank. That's what we are. Let's see if we can do something about that. Something about that. All right. King Anduin. The king. King Anduin. By the time we're done, you're going to be known as Dead Anduin, the Dead King, King of the Dead. I'm going to turn you into a necro. Actually, that doesn't make sense. Turn you into a skeleton to be then summoned by a necromancer. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do with you. Right, let's go, buddy. What you got? Turn 1, nothing. You know what I got on turn 2? Creature of Madness. The mad creature himself. And you know what? Let's get the charge, since that is shaping us into our win condition. Our win condition. View. Great. 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 You know what? Let's get some board presence and discover a demon. Let's go here. Or maybe I should have multi-coiled and then into a Creature of Madness again. Uh-oh. Give all enemy minions -2 attack until your next turn. Unfortunately for you... Oh wait, no, let me not do that. Yeah, let's do this. And just getting the Dark Gift going. So we got Charge and Wind Fury, Divine Shield. Let's get the Divine Shield, Wind Fury.
Job's done.
What has charge? This has charge, right? Okay. Alright. I got a good... Oh, okay, never mind. Let's not play the charge. Let's go here.
Wretched rights! Wretched rights!
Follow the fluttering.
Taunt, imbue. So he's getting, what is he getting now? Free drop or free. Okay. That's looking very good for him. I don't think I want to siphon soul that. I want to get this out. I think I will use the charge. There we go. Nice. Nice, bro. Oh no, I'm gonna lose my deadline. Oh no, man. Oh no. That's bad. That's bad. Sad face, sad face. Hate to see it.
The void is filled with many whispers.
Interesting choice. Not sure why I did that. Let's get this down. No, I should draw. So that will wake up after one more death. 5 more.
Follow the flutterwings.
Okay, you again. No, he's getting some very good value off of these cards now. Base. Okay, I need to speed run this. See what we get from this. Not the best. Go for the card draw.
Wretched rights!
Fire again. Let's draw. Let's fill him up. No. Let's get more draw.
I roll need.
Okay, it's gonna be quite easy for him to get. Wait, how does this work? It's
Elune, bring guidance.
no, it's 5. Oh, so you choose between one minion or one priest. Oh Crap, did it? Hold on. Quick phone call, 1 second.
I wonder if...
Crap. Focus, focus, focus. Ooh. Slowing. I don't even know what dark gift that was. Oh, it's wind fuel. Okay, cool. Probably the best decision I could have made there. Oh no. No. Actually, I'm not scared. I think we can push for really... Does this have a board? Oh. He has that. He has that.
Light cannot exist without the dark.
Now I can't play anything. Great. We do nothing. Shame I can't get more value out of that. Torch. What am I scared of? I'm probably just scared of this. This is disgusting right now. 5 less. Yeah, I feel at this point every turn he just needs to press that button because there's too much value coming out of that. Way too much to not use. What is it, -6 now? Oh no, discarded. Alright, let's get the cavern out. Let's get that out. Discover a minion from your deck. Give that gift. Please give me Wallow. No, no Wallow. How many cards in hand? 8. Let's get this out.
There's nothing to my plan.
Here we go with Scorching Observer. Just in case we need some life. How many cards did he draw there? Draw a holy and a shadow spell. Oh, it was free. 2 from that and then 1 from the regular. Is it -7 now? No, it's still -6.
Cannot exist without the dark.
Life still in rush. Okay, so we're in it for the long haul. I think we Hellfire here. Yeah, we do. We do. We do. Absolutely not on Octosari. Okay, big body and cannot be targeted.
My petal and sword.
Getting very scary now. My Devon. And he's holding. Oh no. Seven cards. Let's get rid of you.
Splish splash.
I feel like he's going to easily be able to clear my board if I fill it up too quickly. I think I want to go for big body threats instead. -8. He should be choosing minions soon. Unless he's been getting really terrible offers. Stuff all minions into a 2-cost box and shuffle them into your... Okay. Well, too bad you did that turn. Let's see what we get here first. I think I already have that.
This party is to die
Let's just put this on the board to maybe prevent board clear. Well, not prevent it, but just something that may emerge and become a problem later. Especially if I draw my cursed souvenir. Actually, that was probably the play. Use a cursed souvenir as a surprise attack, maybe? What is that card? Repackage. Cool card, nice flavor. Come on, Priest. Again! That one is actually from his deck. Oh no, he's just running 2 repackages. Oh no, that was created by... Once per game. If you played 8 other dragons, take an extra turn. Okay, but he hasn't played any dragons. Is this dead? 8. Oh, it might be. 8, 16. I get a copy, right? Does this one have a copy? I can't remember. 7 dark gifts. I think it does. This does have a copy. Yeah, this is dead. Yeah. Did he even need hellfire? Get out of here. And I still had more damage in hand in case you didn't notice. Which you didn't notice because you can't see my hand. Queue it up. So yeah, keeping track of what I've got on the Dark Gifts is very essential.
Nemzi versus Illidan.
Demon Hunter.
Feel the hatred of 10,000
I
years.
haven't fought a Demon Hunter in a long time. Turn 1. I might take out Flame Imp. I don't know if Flame Imp is. Don't know if it's helping that much. Don't know if it's good enough. Probably something better I can put. Dark Gift or... No, let's get some presents. Board presents. Make him sweat a little bit. Such splendor. Mushroom Fury. Okay. Fine. There. Oh no, I don't want that. Charge. It's a very good one to get. Please don't bring back Deadline. Before you brought back the Deadline. I saw 2 costs, I was like, no! You again. Let's do this in case he's got some weird multiplication nonsense. Ooh. This would be very good to juice up my Wallow. You know what? Let me see. I need to write that down. Maybe there's a card I can put that where I can get dream cards. Okay, so we trade
Big.
and if a Mortal Coil.
Wretched right.
Resurrect a friendly Death Rattle minion. Or less. Summon a copy of it. Resurrect a friendly Death Rattle minion that costs 4 or less and summon a copy of it. Okay, that is not good. I think we might lose this if I allow him to get some crazy armor stuff going on. Let's go with this. What do we have so far? Well, we got charge. Okay. I'm so dumb. I should have played total defense. Stupid. I should have played that either. When you play this minion, summon a... that's interesting. That's not going to give me a copy. Unless the Awakening of Dormant counts as being played, but I don't think that's how it works. That's a shame. I need more options. What a death rattle minion. They say. Okay, he's really trying to burst me down. Yeah, that sucks. So Living Nightmare just doesn't work with Corridor Creeper. Good to know. Very good to know. Good to know. This guy's gonna get a ridiculous amount of armor. I'm not scared just yet. I've got charge, yeah, I've got charge. 2-2 copy. Spellburst, give him in your hand for something. Can't play that. He's got, he's gonna launch it now. I really need my silence. Desperately needed silence. For 3 cards. Wait, what? Is that like a buffed card or something? Must be. 2 mana, draw 3? No way. No way. No way. Give a minion in your hand. Okay.
As a gracious host, I will tend to you personally.
Reborn, lifesteal. I needed that.
How entertaining.
I wanted that to go on him. Risky, but I think I have to draw. I need to hope that I draw Royal Librarian next turn, which is very unlikely. I think we're just dead, right? Doesn't this give you... Yeah. Exoda. Okay, this is something to watch out for. Do we have answers to that? I'm not sure. Oh, wait, I need to quickly run downstairs. 1 second. Be right back. I have returned. Okay. Why isn't it searching? Excuse me. Oh, it's searching because of the cards that are in Emerald Dream. Dream card. Oh, it shows you the corrupted versions. Corrupted Laughing Sister. Damn, 610. Your hero is elusive. Corrupted Awakening. Deal 5 damage to all enemies, especially Ysera. It's funny. Or enemies now, okay. All enemies. Man, that's just a 4 mana, 14/12. It's just a big boy. Corrupted Dream. Shuffle a minion into its owner's deck. Yeah, that's much better. Give a minion 5/5 and immune this turn. Choose Alliance or Horde. Get 2 of the legendary champions and reduce their cost by 2. Get 2 of them. Is exit by random? One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe it lets you choose.
Destruction.
I think there's going to be a stealing for this deck if I can't get any transform. I've only got 1 silence and the Warlock doesn't have any transform effects. It's a good thing to try to figure out though. I don't think there's anything that destroys all armor in standard right now. In wild there is, but not in standard. Yeah, there's no return effects either. Queen's Blood. Man, I missed that game. Queen's of Blood. There's no way to deal with that kind of thing. I don't know if there's any point in playing this deck because there's no way I can win against that, I don't think. Or maybe that's just a really bad matchup. Unless I put in Death Knight Taurus. Essence of the Mana. One moment. See if we can figure this out. There's no returns. Not enough silence. There's definitely no transform. Oh, this Zerg. What is that expense guy? Crane game. Oh damn, I got a golden. Disenchant that if I don't plan to play that. Yeah, I think there's just nothing I can do. Forgot about the tourist cards can also give me a dark gift. So one dark gift card. I guess each class. Oh damn, Warlock has. Interesting. Discard Discover an undead. That might just be better than this. Then I have to play this card to put it in. Do I care about that though? Who has the Warlock tourist? I bet it's Demon Hunter. Oh, it's not. Oh, wait, it's not Paladin? I thought it would be Paladin. Oh, it's Rogue. Interesting. And Rogue stock gift. Ooh, and that could solve my removal problems. Does Rogue still have sap? Sap is no longer in standard. No way, bro. That's crazy. There's no... Wow, they got rid of the... Turn around and friendly. Oh, damn. Turn a friendly minion to your hand. Lucky Comet. Discover a combo minion. The next one you play triggers the combo twice. Minion. Deal 2 damage. Get a coin. Oh, they put this guy in core. Gain poisonous this turn. Draw a card if you play this reopen. Trap your one. Oh, trap one random card in your opponent's hand. Oh. Improved for each time you've played this. So what up for a turn? Oh, I guess it's the one random card that upgrades. Damn, okay, so it looks like removal effect, like transform and hard removal effects have been pretty much eviscerated outside of a few classes. Get a copy of the lowest cost card in your opponent's hand. If you're holding one of the same cards as your opponent, shuffle theirs into their deck. Interesting. That's a cool card. Next card is coming. Looks like your next card this time. Oh, this time. Go on the side quest to discover amazing loot. Play 3 cards from the other classes to complete it. Discover 2 pieces of amazing loot. Destroy a minion. Silence any minion attacked by this weapon. Discover 2 pieces, so you get to discover from these, but you're only going to get 3 options each discover. This is cool. Silence any minion attacks by this weapon. Damage enemy hero and freeze it. Summon 6 1/1 bloodhounds with rush to attack an enemy minion. Silence and destroy a minion. Summon a 10/10 copy of it. Destroy a minion. Gain its attack and health. Put a copy of a random card in your opponent's hand into yours. It costs 3 less. And there's a lot of options there. Transform all minions into random ones that cost 3 more. Okay, I think I see. I see a potential solution. First, let me disenchant the gold. Play 3 cards from other classes. Does it have to be 3 cards from other classes? That sounds like I need to. It needs to be 3 other classes, like actual 1 card. Like I can't play 3 cards of the same different class. What's this guy's name? Treasure Hunter Eudora. Treasure Hunter Eudora. Side quest. describing it. Treasure unter. 3 cards from other classes. It's quite slow though, because you have to play it first. Choose a minion. Don't know how realistic that is though. Yeah, by the time this quest is complete, whatever crazy shenanigans I'm trying to get past is gonna have happened already, or be about to happen. On a side question. Okay, I think I have an idea, or something else to try. What goldens do I know I will not be using? I do not believe I'll be using this. Yeah, I don't play priest. Get out of my game. Any epics? Oh wow. Urso. Any golden epic so I can disenchant. Oh, here's one. One here. What's that copy thing? Copy of what's that naga that gives you discover a card? Shuffle a copy of this into your deck with permanently doubled health and attack. Destroy a friendly minion, summon a copy of it at the end of your turn. Of your turns. Turn plural. If you draw a minion, get a 1/1 copy of it that costs 1. Summon a copy of this. One secretly dies when taking damage. If you're holding a spell that costs 5 or more, summon a copy of this. Draw a shadow spell, get a temporary copy of it. Is there any discard stuff? Nope. Black has no discard. Shadow. Shadow. Can't spell shadow. Black holder shadow. Table flipper shadow. Summon copies of 2 demons in your deck. This should be more than 2 health. Spell burst, steal 2 health from a random enemy. This legendary sucks. 2 health? Give a friendly minion death rattle, summon 2 copies of this minion that are dormant for 2 turns. What I want from that? Activities. Death Rattle. Perhaps. Shit. Hellfire Bonfire. Your 4 damage to a minion. If it dies, your next death rattle minion costs 3 less. Damn, it's not that many good death rattle cards. Not that it needs to be. What would I want to be copied? Resurrect your last minion that died, or last demon that died. Unless, is this Shadow? Because campaign is Shadow. Give a minion free. If it's a demon, your next one costs 2 less. Crane game. Okay, so if I wanna, okay, let's start building. Let's start building. That's enough thinking. So for this, oh wait, I didn't craft. Wait, what big demons do we have anyway? Oops. Oh, this is a demon. Gain 8 armor. That's it? No, it can't be it. Kill Jaden. Pokemon. Any bigger? Okay. Let's get this. 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 6 should be okay. We want crane game. We want one black hole. Do we want table flip? I'm not sure. Oh, this is cool now. Oh, we definitely need these two. Maybe I shouldn't have made Curse Campaign. I don't really know what I would use this on. Maybe the Imp guy? Actually, you know what? Oops. Do not want Hive Queen. Instead, Imp. Yeah, this could be a real nuisance actually. I could see it being a big problem. Here we go. Hmm. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Some drop frames I see. Let's get one end game in there. We definitely want this. This is actually quite good, but now we're lacking a serious early game. Can't fit the... We definitely want Doomsayer, I think. The Doomsayer. Wait, would that combo with... No, it wouldn't. Oh, wait, no, it would. If it's your turn, summon a... Yeah, so this Doomsayer would work nicely. Let's take a golden Doomsayer. And then we want... Do we want silence? At least one. Now we need draw. This is a shadow spell. Damn, is that all a draw? Oof. Bro. Oops. Do not want Nidus one. Maybe 2 crane games is too much. Oh wait, crane game is not even shadow. But we need crane game actually. Do you have any other big ass spells? Black hole. Oops, not Jiraxis. Oh, it doesn't have to be a spell. If you've played a higher cost card while holding this. So a Gamagun would be good, perhaps. Why didn't I read that correctly the first time? Just has to be a higher cost card. This card sucks. Just has to be a higher cost card. we do want direct system. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's a bit too much. Crane game, one crane game can go. The rest has to be draw. Ooh. Doomsayer into Curse Campaign could actually be really harmful for the opponent, that is. I just need draw now. Eat the Imp is good because then, yeah, Eat the Imp. 3 cards too. Eat the Imp. Eat the Imp. I need some more early game draw. Nope. There's enough RNG in this game as it is. After any card is drawn, make it temporary. That can be quite frustrating. While dormant, gain 5 armor and draw a card at the end of your turn. This is actually quite good. Shame I don't have any of them. Ancient of Yore. Gain 5 armor and draw a card at the end of your turn. Dormant for 2 turns. Maybe I can get lucky and get 1 from a pack or 2 from a pack. I think I've got a bunch of experience that I haven't claimed. Okay, quite a decent amount. Alright, yoink. Score mushroom. Yep, sure. Moonscape, oh, that's nice. Standard pack, 50 gold, dragon guy, 50 gold, 50 cent, sky again. Paralysis, I already had that. Succumb to Madness. That was some cool card art. Any over here? Oh, hi. Hi. Hello. Hello again. Hello again. Okay. Claim some more. Oh, it's not that much. Lucky? Probably not though. let me hold it down. Hold spacebar. Guess not. No epics. No. No. Okay. There's another golden legendary I can disenchant, turn into space dust. I guess I can make one. Do I need 2 Ancients of Yore? That's the real question. Probably not. Let's go with 1 for now. A whole lot of late game though. I might need some healing. Assume it's only for locations, right? Yeah. I might not care about this then. And I might instead put Ultralisk Cavern. I mean that's a threat, so consume. I still need more draw. No, let me put the sketch artist back. Every 2 curse campaigns is too much. No, let me just try double curse. Just take away 1 despicable dreadlord. Take 1 of these away. And then 2 draws, 2 early game draws. Early game draws. I don't want to use this. I don't like this card. Well. He's something, man. Oh, yo, what's up, man? Charlie Chuan, you know. Hit me with the Sanji exclusive lingo. How you doing, man? What's going on? Don't mind me, just nerding out over some card games. Voodoo. I need 2 more draws. Death Rattle. Battlecry and Death Rattle. Each player draws a card. I might just go with that because I don't think I care about the opponent's draws. And it's a 2-drop. chilling, jumped on the podcast yesterday and got cooked by the chat. Oh, is that the thing that you shared? I wasn't sure. The thing that you shared on Instagram, I couldn't tell if you were playing the video in the background and then you were talking about what they were talking about. But so you were actually on the podcast. Like I couldn't tell. Because there was a point where like you were I was at that point. That was a clip from my stream. Oh, okay. What I told them to stop using nebulous terms like white supremacy because it's redundant. Yeah, especially if they're not going to take the time to explain exactly what they mean by white supremacy. I was in their Discord the day after, not in the building. Oh, okay. The why was you getting cooked by chat? Like what was the topic? What were they? What did you tune in? What was the topic you tuned in for? Oh wait, it was the Trump. It was the would you date a Trump supporter, right? But like, what were they cooking you about? Because people believe it actually exists. Oh, so I guess you said that it doesn't exist, and then the chat was cooking you. I'm guessing that's what happened. That was the initial day. How I even got introduced to them. I just made the comment flippantly. They said it doesn't exist, and they made it the topic of the show the next day. I guess the content farm, right? You gotta make content out of something, So then I guess the next day the title of the show was, "Does white supremacy exist?" How did you even find them anyway? Like, what is that a show that you were watching in the past, or you just happened to come across the show? But people who believe it is can't be argued out of that position. I think it's one of those things where it's like there's another more simpler example of this. You know what this sounds like to me? It sounds like one of those things where sometimes, like, if somebody was to say something like racism doesn't exist, right? That person might be saying that because in their mind, when they think of racism, they think of black people picking cotton. They think of people like black people being lynched. And because that doesn't happen anymore, somebody might say, nah, racism doesn't exist, because when their definition of racism is the most extreme textbook, classic racism that like in American history, right? So for that person, they would be able to say, nah, racism doesn't exist, right? And I think it's a similar thing for white supremacy. If the person saying white supremacy doesn't exist has a very specific idea of what white supremacy is, then of course they would say that, right? But if the listener has a completely different idea of what white supremacy is, it might be a lot lower. Their idea of white supremacy might have a much lower threshold it might have a lot lower threshold for them to say X thing is white supremacy, or X thing is an example of white supremacy. So I think this is what you're going to run into with this topic. So yeah, I think it's one of those situations. Well, you can't point it out without actually them having a more descriptive term to describe what you're actually trying to say. You can't point it out without actually them having a more... Yeah, I think if they're most likely... Another part of the whole issue or problem is that the people involved in this conversation, or they are not fully defining their terms. It's probably just a lack of them defining their terms. They're probably just expecting you to know what white supremacy is, because they're in their groups. They have all these conversations. They look at it this way, they look at it that way. They have all this terminology. And in their circle, in their community, they know exactly what is meant by white supremacy. And some people make the mistake of assuming that other people have the exact same understanding, even though other people are not in part of the same community. So if you spend like 7 days a week, you know, practicing and learning the different ways of intersectionality and how white supremacy affects the whole world, they shouldn't be expecting people outside of that group to understand it, because there's going to be a lot of people who hear the term white supremacy, and the supremacy word is doing so much heavy lifting and it sounds so extreme that they're just going to be like, what do you mean white supremacy? Like, what year do you think we're living in? You know, but to the speaker's like, what do you mean white supremacy? Don't you know that when you look at the stereotypical, you know, don't you know what I mean? But they might not know, and so if they're not going to take the time to explain it, and then you get some people who are like, oh, I'm not here to educate you. If you don't know, then you need to get some understanding and come back, and nothing gets solved. Yeah, that was one of my points. Don't take for granted that people understand. Yeah. Don't assume that people understand exactly what you mean or what they mean. And I think because I did watch the clip, or I watched a snippet of you talking about how with the Trump supporter topic, with the dating a Trump supporter topic, I think you were mentioning how they that kind of topic you have to describe, like fully describe what a person means by a Trump supporter, right? Because it could range from somebody who simply voted for Trump to like full-on extreme MAGA person, to somewhere in between, to someone that someone that supports Trump could just be a person that agrees with one specific policy or one specific approach that Trump has, or maybe they just like how he talks, but they actually don't like his policies, right? Like there's such a myriad and wide range of versions of a Trump supporter that if the person is not gonna clarify, then the discussion is meaningless, and it's just gonna be a bunch of people talking past each other. Which I didn't listen to the show, but I imagine that that's probably the kind of people that were there, which doesn't sound fun, unfortunately. Are you gonna go back on though? Do you plan to go back on the show? I need 2 more draws, bro. I need Pot of Greed, which allows me to draw 2 cards. Oh wait, I wanted to put this Murloc. What should I call this deck? Well, it has Shalalok. I like that name. Shalalok. Alright, let's see if I can pilot this. They are all cool. The chat was cooking me in jest. It was very fair, and a lot of people understood where I was coming from. Oh, that's good then. What is it? A big platform? How many? What was the viewership saying? Shalalo. They just invited me to come in person, but to talk about a different subject. Oh, cool. So I guess. Oh, so they're in London then. Talk about a different topic. Yeah. Are you gonna go? You should go, man. Especially because you're. I'm guessing you're gonna go, right? Like, I don't think you shouldn't go. Collaboration and finding a way to put yourself out there in a different way is super important.
We forge our own fate.
Let's have some fun.
Okay, we definitely need Doomsayer. I would say so too. You have to go. It doesn't even matter even if it's a smaller platform. Like, I would still go. I told him I was gonna go cook him. Cook him on what topic? On the topic of about the white supremacy topic, or something else. I'm not scared of that minion right now. He said the god of the Canaanites turned into Yahweh. Damn, that topic is beyond me. I don't even know. God of the Canaanites, so El became Yahweh. I don't understand. Like, what it? Now I'm awake. Is the god of the Canaanites a different being? Wait, what? Isn't Yahweh just the name of God? This talk, yeah, that I don't know. Maybe I'll tune into that debate just to see what the hell's going on. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that topic. Deal 3 damage. Okay, it's a bit of a spooky deck to pilot, but we'll see what happens. Whenever this minion takes damage, also deal that to your hero. Double Doomsayer. Let's get this out. Yeah, so his argument is that the God they believe in and that Canaan El is the same God of the Israelites who then became Yahweh. Alright. I see. Yeah, I don't have any insight to offer in that one. I don't know. I'm not sure. Like I've never heard this. I've never even heard this topic before, so yeah. So is this the guy that you're debating? Is he like in charge of the platform? Does he run the platform? Is he a Christian guy as well, or does he claim a different title? Okay, we're gonna need to start doing something about this.
It's fading away.
I'm going to voice note you to explain. It's hard through text. Okay, no problem. Hopefully I can survive this. The end is coming. Oh, this doesn't have taunt. Yeah, I think this had taunt. 3, 2, 3. It's embarrassing. What's that? Power shield. Maybe I should have dropped one Doomsayer earlier. I had 2 in my hand. I should have just done that. Should have just done that.
I wonder if...
The end is coming!
Should I do this or... I'm definitely doing that. 2, 3. No minion, no demons have died yet.
Mysterious.
Want something good, please.
Stop.
Oasis allies. Ice trap. That's actually good. Nice. You want to play it again? Or we just straight up played it again? Interesting.
Annihilation commencing. Annihilation commencing.
Okay, nice setup there. Wait, this is not open, is it? Damn, unforge. Shit, this yeah, I can't survive.
These are due back tomorrow.
Can't survive. Okay, I know what the mistake there was. The mistake there was to not playing my Doomsayer. Had I played that Doomsayer earlier, I think I could have turned it around completely. Alright, let me know when the voice note is there. Wait, let me check actually. Yeah, let me know when you send it. Shall I look?
Nemzi versus Deathwing.
Embrace the chaos.
Let's have some fun!
Doomsayer, warrior.
Look upon me, the aspect of death.
Okay, let's try that again. Alright, so we have a starship guy. Food fight, summoner.
Ready to plunder.
Summon a minion from your deck. Is that the only shadow? Ooh, maybe this needs to leave my deck. 1, 2. Crane game is not shadow? Okay, maybe this needs to leave.
I wonder if...
draw. Hey, what's up, traveler? Good day, wonderful Friday, mate. How's your day been? Not bad. I streamed super early in the. I woke up extremely early today. I woke up at like 6:30 and I streamed for like 4 hours in the morning. Then did some other stuff. What is this? Okay, so some kind of big warrior. Did we just lose the game now because of that? Probably. He's got 14 damage on board. He only needs 3 more for lethal.
The end is coming!
That's annoying. I mean, at least he has to trade. I don't think he's killing that with... I don't think he's got 5 damage from hand to kill that without attacking. Oh, well, he can go face and then just...
Your tenacity is admirable.
Oh wait, no, I'm just dead because of the excess.
Engine 3.
Okay, never played against that before. Okay, I need to take out... I need to take out these 3 or these 2. I need some early game. Maybe corridor creeper. Has +2 attack during your opponent's turn. Maybe. Oh shit, I didn't put the... crap. Let's put 1 curse campaign. Let's put... forgot to put that. Fractured power. Let's try that again. Destroy that again. Destroy it again.
Nemzi versus Rexa.
My fang and claw.
Let's have some fun!
Pass line. I'll keep it. Oh, my turn. Turn one, of course it's my turn. What type of deck are you playing? I'm building a big. One moment. Sorry, put a donut in my mouth.
There, all better.
I'm building a big end game, more of a late game. You can see on the side, right? I've got a lot more late game cost cards, like 7 plus. There's this card. You probably can't see it properly. It's called Shaladrasil. Get all 5 dream cards. If you've played a higher cost card while holding them, corrupt them. Dream cards are basically cards that you can't get normally. It's basically 5 cards. They're called dream cards because they come from, it's something to do with the lore. Like there's something called the Emerald Dream, and like these cards come from that dimension, and they're basically really good cards. So this is a spell where if I play a higher cost card than this, not only do I get all 5 of those cool cards, but I get corrupted versions of those cool cards, which are a lot more powerful. So basically it's a very endgame centered deck, and a lot of the big cost cards are quite strong. Like this 10 cost card is pretty strong. It says the next card you play costs your opponent's health instead of mana, but up to 10. So I play this for 10 mana, and then whatever I play on my next turn, I can play it for free because it costs their health instead. So I could use it as like a kill shot or just a very swingy turn. Let's just get the carbon down. But I just built it, like, this is my second game with it, so who knows if it's good. It's probably not good, but that's part of the fun, figuring out if it sucks or not. I assume cheap early game spells to prevent them from running away with the game while you build up. Like bounce cards? Yeah, Warlock doesn't, there's not a lot of bounce cards in the game right now. But I have a lot of control, like board control, stalling cards. That's the idea. But there's definitely a bit of risk where I need to just survive. But part of the reason I'm doing this as well is because my previous deck, which was doing quite well, it came up against some stuff that I think that deck could just never beat. It came up against some very powerful. Let's do this actually. It came up against some very powerful like decks that are targeted around juicing up a very, very powerful minion, and then when that minion dies, it just explodes with crazy effects and high damage results. And because Warlock doesn't have any bounce cards, and there's only one source of silence, and I mean, even if I single target remove that card, they have ways to revive it, they have ways to make the death effects happen multiple times. It was just a big mess. So I thought, let me build a deck that has a better chance of surviving against things like that. I didn't know there was lore to this game. Well, it's based on Warcraft, right? Hearthstone is set in the Warcraft universe, so even if you don't play Warcraft or if you've never played WoW, you'll know that WoW is a game that's been going on for a very, 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 very long time. So there's a whole bunch of lore. In fact, that was part of the reason. That was part of the reason why Hearthstone took off when it first came out, because it was the card game based on World of Warcraft, which was a big deal. Man, that's 11 damage. I can't take that damage right now. 11 damage. Okay. I don't want to play the silence yet. I needed this card earlier. It's gonna lose me again. Needed it way earlier.
Shaking a stir.
Oh, I could put that card in my deck. Yeah, never played WoW. The subscription style always turned me off. I hate the idea of having to pay to continue playing. Yeah, that's fair. It's probably also the case that MMOs are just not your kind of game either. Wow, he just went face. This is going to cause a big problem for him. That needs to die. And let's get some secrets up. Okay, I think we win. He's got way too much to deal with now. Ooh, we might overdraw. Shit. Oh no, we shouldn't. Lucky. Play one more card to trigger my rap trap. Thank you. I haven't even checked what Hunter has in this expansion. Rat trap. 6-6 rat. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, buddy? You just lose. You can't win. Send the voice note. All right, I'll play it after this match. It's long. Okay. No worries. It's a shame Discord doesn't have you can't multiply the speed. But it's all good. Summon 2 copies. Yeah, we play this. And you die. And you die. I'm pretty sure we just win. There's nothing, you can't come back from this. I sent it on Insta. Oh, you can? Oh, nice. Okay, cool. I will play it on my phone and put it into the mic.
Who could put a price on such power?
Oh, just give it up. You can't win.
I could.
I'm gonna overdraw.
They strengthen our
Surprised he hasn't just conceded.
roots lend the strength.
Okay, that's fine. Hmm. Lord J.
Diraxus, Eldar Lord of the Burning Legion. Let me rest.
Flesh for steel.
Just fall clear. No need to be greedy. I don't want this in my hand.
Hang 10, or however many you got.
Just give up. Concede, concede, concede.
Well
Thank you.
I can see.
Alright, let me quickly play this. I don't know why I didn't get a notification. Oh, 3 minutes. It's not that long. Or just 3 minutes, 50 seconds. Pause. Okay, listening.
Yeah, bro. No, do you know what's mad? Because I explained the timeline wrong.
Yes, glorious 1.5. I listen to almost everything on 1.5 now.
Everybody there was super chill. Like, there were some people that didn't agree and they're calling me delusional and because it's like a mixed race and that's why I hold this position, blah, blah, blah. When that obviously informs some things, but that doesn't really address what my argument is, innit? And so, yeah, they were talking about different transport. I said, well, it's fine. I've made the argument there. And then I think somewhere in that, I just said, well, it doesn't exist. I don't even remember where that came from. I didn't ask to have the conversation. Basically, they wanted to have it, so they had it the next day, and I jumped on. And I said what my position is. I think it's redundant. I don't know if it's descriptive enough about what you're talking about because it doesn't allow us to deal with anything in the real world because it's like it's a meta idea in it. There's examples where you can point it out of being actualized where there's like white supremacist groups that function. But outside of that, the way the term is used is so nebulous that you're accusing people who have nothing to do with that ideology of being a participant or proponent of it, and you make it undeniable. Like you make it unfalsifiable. You make it with the way the term is so nebulous.
Yeah, you can't escape from it.
Able to argue their way out of it,
Yeah,
so it's
yeah.
not useful because it isn't actually descriptive either. What is descriptive is racial discrimination, racial prejudice. Those are more descriptive. Yeah, you can pinpoint ideas, but you shouldn't because it isn't useful if you're trying to gain people on your side. Use terms that are that nebulous enough.
Yeah.
And I got cooked for using that word because it was like I kept using it, but it was like that's what I mean. It is just too way out there. It's like casting such a huge net. And yeah, the subject matter for the other one, I need to be careful because I'm trying to think. I have to go on now because I was the one that said I was going to cook him in it, and they're cool anyway. So I really want to build that relationship because if from there, like you said, we're building content. If from my side, if from my side I'm able to build that bridge and present a different opinion that is reasonable and not necessarily definitive, then I think it can be good. And yeah, basically his argument is that like there's certain facts about Christianity that I'm going to say are contradictory or not contradictory that people is going to make people uncomfortable. And I'm like, well, the point you're using about El and being a Canaanite god who's now turned into Yahweh is just incorrect, isn't it? It is complex. I'm going to have to do research before. But it's like the simplistics of it is that El is a term that is used as a descriptive title of a person. What we would say is Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh is the personal name or identifier for a specific god, the god that called Abraham or Moses out of Israel, called Abraham. Do you get me? All of these things into Canaan to sort of like overthrow, innit? And it's like, well, if we need to get those small things cleared up, I actually don't think it's a big subject, innit? He's basically saying he doesn't want to talk about religious topics because it's divisive. And then he uses examples like that make people feel uncomfortable as a reason why he doesn't want to talk about it. It's like, well, we can clear that up, but that shouldn't take 10 minutes. Do you get me? Like, the real thing is you need to decide about what your logical position is because you can't hold too many logical positions because some of them cancel each other out. So it's more so getting to that point. Because I don't want to go on there and have a 2-hour conversation about the fact that Israel was called out of Egypt. Do you get me? Like, it's the story is in Abraham, just go and read it, innit? The story is Abraham's story, just go and read it, innit?
Okay, yeah, I'm understanding more. And yeah, no, it sounds like you guys so yeah, now that you've spoken about it, it sounds way more sounds like a much more positive experience than than how it sounded in chat. Yeah, that's sick, man. And going in there with the extra research, like doing the research ahead of time, is a good move as well. Yeah, that's dope. That's dope. Very, very nice. Very positive. My sister's already on the job helping me, or like helping you. Like, you mean make connections and stuff, or getting on the show, or other things? Oh, we're studying the topic. Okay, okay. Nice. You got a little team. Teamu. Making sure my point is robust. I'd like to deal with that point in my opener. Just knock it out. Yeah, knock it out the park. Get it out the way.
Spirit, lend me your power.
Mass crit. Critical damage. Super effective. Yeah, no, that's a very smart way to do it. Ooh, very nice top deck. Let me know when it's available. If it's a live thing, I doubt I'll be able to catch it live, just because of the time zone. I'm guessing it will happen at a time when it's not convenient for me, but I'll definitely catch the VOD. I'll definitely listen to the recording. Pretty sure he can remove this, but we'll see. We'll see. Oh, I don't think he can. He would have removed it by now. Oh, he can. Probably going to be able to remove the second one too without a problem. But let's see if he can.
The end is coming!
It happens early AM here, like 8 AM, but I'll keep you informed anyway. Yeah, definitely send it through. I was gonna listen to a debate, like there was a Twitch debate with Not So Erudite and some other people about the topic is feminism ruining. Wait, let me check the title again. Oh no, the title was not on the video, but they mentioned the title. Something about, like, basically there's 4 people on the panel, and 2 are arguing that feminism is ruining, or unfortunate for you, buddy,
Magic moment.
that feminism is like ruining the world or is bad for society, and then the other side is arguing that it's good. And I only listened to the first 2 or 3 minutes, and the opening statements of one guy or 2 people was just so polar opposite that it sounded like it sounded like it could lead to an interesting discussion. Like one guy has like a military background, and he was saying that, you know, he thinks feminism has saved his life multiple times. There's lots of women that he's worked with in the military that they take the job seriously and blah blah blah, and that's why he thinks feminism is like, he was quite, I want to say, I don't know whether to say extreme or just really vigorously defending it. Like, he wasn't even just saying feminism, he was just saying that it's something, it's like a cure for the world. Like, he made it sound like the world is suffering from a virus and feminism is there to cure it. And then the other guy that spoke was on the complete opposite end of the other spectrum. So I paused it there and I'm like, you know what, this might be good to listen to on stream. I'm a bit worried that I might overdraw.
Stand with me.
Great. Oh, hey, Merm, what's up? What's up, Merm? Greetings. Greetings. How goes it? It's going. Oh, shit, he managed to kill it. Not too bad. Just playing some children's card games, as you can see. How's it going for you? Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. How's life been going? Okay, we're definitely consuming. We're definitely resurrecting the last demon that died. We're definitely killing this. Definitely drawing 3 cards. And we're definitely playing Secret Land. Huh? Oh, about to say, what did that happen? Explosive runes, ice trap, very nice. Dum 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 dum. Is that a big spell? Oh, Void Ray. Oh, lucky. That was actually a smart play. Please play a spell. Damn it. Not nice. Not too good. I think we have to black hole it. We had no choice. So the problem with this is that I just don't have room to hold the cards in my hand. Oh, I'm just dead. 7 damage. Don't do anything about that. So much damage early on. I think I'm holding too much cards. Okay, I think the problem with this deck is that okay, Crane Game might be too slow. And I don't know if I care about these big boy minions actually. I don't think we care about that. We need more early game presence. Does this? I can't spell, can I? Oh, this draws a minion, not a card. Next weapon costs one less. Next location costs two less. Any others? Maybe I don't need death rattle. Just need some early game. Warlock doesn't have any weapons. Death Knight does though. What weapons would be good? Frostmourne is a bit too slow. Well, very slow. If the last card you played had an Unholy Ruin, gain 1 attack, repeat for blood and 1 for durability. Maybe not weapons. Let's see, what else could I put? My hand is getting a bit too filled up. Need more early game. Perhaps I'm okay with the Flame Imp. Flame Imp. And then... Is this core now? Yeah, it is. Yeah, even Corridor Creeper, maybe. Starts dormant after you use a hero power. This awakens. Let's go with 1 Corridor Creeper. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 1-drops. let's get one of these in there. See how it goes. I won a single game with this. Oh wait, no, I did win one game with this deck, but one is not enough. All right, see how this goes. One, two, two. 1, 2. Nice curve. Death Knight. All right. What you got? Knight of Death. Margi is his name. Let's see what you got cooking in the kitchen. What we having for breakfast? Firefly. Firefly. For first meal of the day. I will meet your firefly with my flame imp. They will meet each other. You know what? Let's actually coin
Hey, I got you, friend.
into this. There's no way he's clearing that. Turn 2, 3, 4. Nope. Ain't no way. Okay, so we got Dark Gift Shenanigans. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Hurry up, buddy. Take your time. Take your time. I have but little time. Yes, me too. Face, eh? Well, there's nothing else he can do. To be fair, TBF, TBF. And next turn we do destroy one of our crystals. What? Oh. Okay, I was thinking, what? How did I have 6-9? We don't want that to go face, so let's stall. Troublesome. See what happens here. Well, I'll do that. 2 can play at that game. Ice Trap and Counter Spell. Ice barrier. Okay, that's actually probably the perfect sequence of minions or secrets. Thank you. Play anything, give me 2 cards to draw.
The citadel
At least 1
stands
card.
strong.
Fractured power again. Okay, now we have 6 mana. Let's give him 2 things to worry about. The end is coming. Into this.
It's going to be okay.
Bit spooky. Make him choose between Doomsayer and the Sacrificial Imp. Sack Imp. Sack Imp. Yeah, he's gonna go for Doomsayer. Or perhaps not. Interesting. I guess he's gonna let the Doomsayer pop and then just... he should clear the Doomsayer. Oh, he's gonna see what he's gonna get first. I think he should definitely clear the Doomsayer. He's probably scared that I'm gonna kill my own minion to get the 6/6. Is it a taunt? It is, right? Yeah. Very interesting decision. I don't think I agree with that decision. Jaraxxus. That's not what I wanted. I think we can only have 1 fractured power in this deck. I guess I'll get 10 mana earlier. 1 turn earlier. Do I care about that? Maybe. I don't think I should have played that. Should have waited. Should have waited. And I shouldn't have played. I don't think I should have played Fractured Power. I could have played Jaraxxus last time.
Unleash me.
I should have played this.
Not enough mana.
Idiot. Burger. Infested Breath, 2 damage, single leech, 2 leeches.
Mysterious sword. What is your wisdom?
That's annoying. We almost just lose. See, I should have. That's what I get for not playing that. Let's hope it's not counterspell. Okay. I kind of have to do that. Nice, probably gonna have the minion that buffs the leech power. Nope, lucky. People play this card. Beast. Undead. Oh, I see. Oh, that is quite strong actually. Okay, we need to get rid of one fraction power. One is enough. What other shadow spells are there? This is shadow. Just had an idea. Steal 2 health. Maybe that card is good. What's the other golden minion legendary that I had? Crafting. Cast the highest cost spell from your hand as an aura that lasts 3 turns. Jeez, Paladin. I can already see how that can be very disgusting. Let me not disenchant that. Just get rid of these. Photosynthesis. Symbiosis. Symbiosis number 2. Spirit Bond. Shepherd's Crook. Hydralisk. Alright, so this is not so bad. That way, I put that in there, and I can just put. This corner, there it is. Maybe we don't care about that. Maybe we don't need the tar slime. Shadow. Get a random demon. I don't think I want to use that. Although, oops. Although. This could be really disgusting.
Greetings.
Greetings. What's up? What up, C4? Greetings, greetings. How are you? How is you? Oh, dude. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I saw the clip about... Did you see the 2XKO announcement? About they're releasing the game with 10 characters. The amount of cope I've been seeing... I saw that and I'm like, 10? 2v2 tag fighting game, 10? I saw that and I expected to see nothing but mostly agreement from people online. Or maybe it's just Twitter. Maybe it's people are just coping on Twitter or in the chat in the chat of the announcement, people are coping with that it being enough. But I don't know, man. That is quite rough. They better hope that the first season or that they're able to release new characters very, very consistently, or I don't think that's not good. Even for a 1v1. I caught a glimpse, didn't think much of it, to be honest. Of the 10 characters at launch? You didn't think much of that? 10 characters at launch. You could, even the way the guy said it, you can tell because he said it, and he even said like I know it doesn't sound like a lot. Like it's like in the reveal he knew that it. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it's like he said it while knowing that if he was on the other side and he was just a player looking forward to the game, and then the game is looking forward to on launch is going to have 10 characters, it's like even he knew that he would be disappointed with that. That's the kind of like vibe that I got from his own words, you know. 10, bro. That's rough. That's quite rough. What do I want to put in this? Oh, I got 2 of these already. Need 1 more. What's the size doesn't matter to me in a tag game due to it's not the characters, it's the combinations. That's the important part. Yeah, like that does help it a bit. Like it would be worse. I acknowledge it would be worse if it was a 1v1 fighter with 10 characters, but the same staleness that would be there if it was 10 characters in a 1v1, the same staleness will exist with 2v2. It's just that the staleness it just won't get as stale as fast, but it will get stale relatively fast because there's only 10 characters. But I'm a tag fighter shill, so I'm biased. Okay. I think I spoke to Chrome about it. Even Chrome was like, nah, that's just 10 is it's not enough. Like by the admission of the tone of the guy who said it, like the guy on the development team, by the evidence of his tone, even they know it's not enough. In a perfect world, they would not launch with 10. You know, my assumption, my guess is that the shareholders, the investors, Riot, the Chinese people that are backing the game or the company, they're probably like, listen, you've been working on this game for too long. The game is free to play. We need to make our money back via the microtransactions. Maybe the backers don't realize how much time needs to be put into cooking a fighting game, or maybe they did realize that, but they're just like, you know what, launch it with 10 and then recoup and make all the money back with the cosmetics and the characters that will launch later. What do you think is too much as a starting roster? What I think is too much, I think for me, it's only too much if my answer to what is too much is gonna probably be different to others, because I think too much is gonna be something that is a result of, like, it becomes too many characters if there's other aspects of the game that are suffering at the cost of them focusing on putting too many characters, if that makes sense, right? So basically I think there is such thing as too much characters. There can be some ridiculous number, right? Like 50 on launch, right? Maybe that's too much, even though Marvel 2 has 56. Why are you wasting my time? I don't know. Maybe I'd have to think more about what is too much. Yeah, I'm not sure. But we live in a world where Marvel vs. Capcom 2 exists, and that has 56. I mean, even though technically, like, it has it, but you have to unlock them. At least when the game originally came out, you had to unlock them. Maybe in the I think in the re-release that came out lately, I think that all the characters are just out, right? So maybe it's different with that one. But yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think about, I don't know. I think what my number for too much is going to vary on the game and like the kind of game that it is, whether it's 2v2, 1v1, 3v3, and what other components of the game are there. Like what else you can do with the game. Is it just pure competitive raw FGC fighter, or does it have other aspects like fun party modes or other things going on? So I can't answer that like super confidently, but I do know that 10 is too little. 100%. Okay, I'll ask how much should 2x KO have, a minimum and a maximum. I think 20. 20, somewhere between, even 16. 16. Wait, hold on. Base roster 2v2. Base roster 2v2. I'd say 16. 16 for me. I know some other people might have a different answer. Maybe they'll go straight to 20 or 18. I would go with 16. Like, knowing yours is 16 and 10 and 16. Starting roster. Wait, what do you mean 10 and 16? Like, 10 is what and 16 is what? 10 is the minimum and 16 is the maximum. Minimum 10. Well, that's different, man. I'm actually quite shocked that that's your perspective. I think 16 should be the minimum. Ooh, I don't know. Yeah, not sure. Okay, we're getting rid of you. See ya. Oh shit, I knew there was one card I forgot. Forgot to put in that legendary. Yeah, I think 16 minimum. Like 16 minimum, because mind you, while knowing, I guess it also depends on what is going to be in the season 1, right? How many characters will be relaunched in the first year? I guess we can assume Street Fighter 6 is only doing 4 per year, which is quite small. But for a game like 2xKO, I'm expecting like 6 in a year. And especially because League has so many characters that people are going to be wanting to play and looking forward to. If they had 4 in a year, 4 in a year with a base character of 10, resulting in 14 characters by the end of the first year, for the League of Legends IP, no chance. That is, in the words of Wolverine, unacceptable. What is it, Marvel? Is that Marvel 3 where he says that? Unacceptable. That's what that is. This card is annoying. Very annoying card. Unacceptable. He's probably got some nonsense death rattle copy multiplication nonsense. He's triggered that I popped it, so he can't. Oh, there we go. Oof. Juicing it up. Alright, here come the shenanigans. Ten is minimum, 16 is maximum. Hold on. Let me draw. I'm gonna lose this game because of a great, perfect. My Doomsayer could come in handy right now. 10 is minimum, 16 is maximum. Due to like 5 different modes you can pick for your duo solo team, and you can create your teams from 10 characters. That's around. Yeah, but most people are not like it's. You're correct on the maths. I'm just gonna lose this game. Like, I'm sure you should be able to admit that the combinations fine for the hardcore player, yes, but this is League of Legends, man. Like, there's gonna be a lot of people playing this game who have either watched Arcane, or they played League, they played the other IP, the other League game IPs, 10 characters is a joke. For the franchise that it's coming from, it's not acceptable. The combination's great, but at the end of the day, it's still 10 of the same faces that people are going to be seeing. The question of where is this character, where's this character, where's this, that's going to be said to ad nauseum by most people, you know. So while you are correct that yeah, there's a bunch of combinations, the reality is that there's a bunch of combinations with the same 10 characters, which is going to get stale. It's going to get stale considerably faster than if they were a bunch more characters. I guess I just lose. Yeah, that's just a loss. But I mean, you said you're biased anyway, so I don't know how. To be fair, when you admit you're biased like that, I don't know how seriously to take you. So, I mean, I know that you're telling the truth when you say you're biased, but I think with this 10 character thing, it should just be a simple matter of like sure, I'm biased. I don't care that much about it because I get something different out of 2v2 or 3v3 tag fighting games, or I'm a shill for this genre, so I don't really care because the combinations is where my passion from the genre comes. But like, you should be able to have that bias while also acknowledging that 10 for most people is too small, right? Most people playing the game are not going to be the kind of person that looks at it in the way that you look at it. You know, there's no reason why, outside of investors and shareholders pushing Riot, pushing the development team, like, guys, you got to get it out. I know in the FGC, more characters at launch is like a really good thing. We know that's valued in that community, but fuck you. We're putting the money up. We're not seeing any return. We're getting nervous. Put it out now. Like, it's so clear that that's probably what happened. Let's put that out there. I'm just being honest, but I'm also being correct. I think combinations are more important than characters. Just look at any... Yeah, but you're being honest, but when you say you're being correct, if you mean like you're being correct to you're correctly representing what you think or how you feel, then sure. But I could also flip that and say what is also correct is that a lot of people do not look at it in... do not look at it in the way of, oh, but the combinations. Like, most people are not going to look at it that way, right? So it doesn't really matter. Like, you're correct. Your truth is correct, but your truth is not going to apply to a considerable amount of people. I can't play anything. 52 characters and you only see 6 and only 10 are viable. Yeah, but that's another extreme spectrum, right? 10 is an extreme small number. 56 is, or 52, or anything over 50 is also an extreme in the other end, right? So I'm not saying that it should have 56 either, you know. But there is a happy middle ground. There is a happy medium where, like, there is a number. Even you will have a number that is not enough, and another person will have a number that is too many, right? One person, like, two different people can have a different number for the minimum and the maximum, right? But those two people would probably have a number that's like a safe, comfortable medium where both people can recognize that this is good, right? Both people can have that number. And I think that's the issue that the game, well, not the game, that's just the issue that the number 10 and whatever extreme number like 52 has, right? Let me get my cavern out. But like, yeah, to me 14 would be the middle number to me. Yeah, like the middle number is going to vary, but my main point is, like, I don't think this is a matter of like correct or incorrect. I just think that the reality is or if we want to talk about correct, I think the only correct thing is that most people do not see the game in, oh, but there's a bunch of combinations, so it doesn't matter if it doesn't have 10 people, or it doesn't matter that it only has 10 characters. If we take all the players who are going to give this game a spin, from casual to try hard and to somewhere in between, 10 characters is generally going to be considered to be not enough. But it's probably not going to be so little that they're not going to try the game. I'm not saying that 10 characters means that those people are not going to buy the game, but it's definitely a thing that when you hear the number, it's like, for an IP like League, I think the League IP makes it a bit worse as well, because League is well known for having a treasure trove of characters. Like the universe of characters that they have is so rich, you know. Even, I'm not sure if you know, but like Riot was apparently working on an MMO, and for the longest time, people were like, oh, if there's ever going to be an MMO that can finally dethrone World of Warcraft, it will be a League of Legends MMO. And that's partly because the lore is so vast and there's so many characters. Shit, I shouldn't have played that. Don't go stupid. I think people look at Marvel as combinations and not individuals, but I don't think it could be proven either way. I don't know. I think this is one of those things where, like, I know you're when it comes to this kind of thing, we think very differently. I think there are some cases where, like, you can make a general guess or a feeling based on just how people feel or behave in other aspects of life, and safely or reasonably conclude that, gun to my head, 10 for most people is probably quite small, right? We can even take away the word not enough, because maybe not enough, maybe the word not enough is doing some heavy lifting. But if the phrase is like, if the question is, do you think most people will hear the word 10 characters at launch? And do I think most of them would feel like that's kind of small? I don't think this is something you need to prove, because generally speaking, it's like especially when you look at all the fighting games that come out, very few of them have a number like 10, right? And the only way to prove it outside, like, how are you going to prove it? You're going to do like a survey, right? Outside of a survey, which is not going to happen. I think it comes down to like making a safe guess. I think it's not unreasonable. Why did I play that? I don't think it's unreasonable to say that most people would probably say that 10 is quite small. Even in fact, my probably the proof, and I know it's not like undefeatable proof, right? Maybe it's just a social thing as well, but I would point to the developer himself when he said it. Like, the developer literally said, like, not only did he say, I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but even in the tone, it's like the tone that he said it, he was ready for the pushback. He was ready for the disappointment. Like, almost like even internally, honestly, I think if me and you were a fly on a wall in their development team, and then they were having the meetings where they're like, okay, guys, you know what? I know we're working on a lot of these characters, and I know that 10 on launch was not the plan, but based on these circumstances, we're going to have to do 10 on launch. The way he said it made it feel like even internally, they probably didn't want 10 on launch. Like, that for me is some form of evidence, you know? Oh, maybe I should have wild pyro. Fuck, I'm gonna lose this game too. I don't know if this helps, but I would think a 1v1 like City of the Wolves with 10 characters would be very bad. Yeah, I think it would be bad as well. Like 2v2, 10 characters is not as bad as 1v1, 10 characters. Yeah, that's 100%. But yeah, I personally don't take the approach of we need evidence to come to the conclusion that a lot of people would feel like 10 is not enough or 10 is quite small. Bombing, 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 bombing.
Infinity is dark.
I'm gonna die anyway.
Going to be okay.
He's gonna kill this easily. Bro, how many death rattle shenanigans are we having this game? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Charge 2. Patchwork pals. Ooh, 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 ooh. Dum, dum, dum.
Hey, I got you, friend.
Oh, wait, we're just dead, right? 3, 5. Oh, wait, no. So I got 9 health. I got 1 more. 3, 5, 7. So he just needs 2 more damage, which he can easily get. Oh, that's dead. Oh, wait, now it's dead. Wow. That was quite embarrassing. Okay, then we agree. I wasn't saying I don't think we can prove if the combination of characters is more important than the unique selection of characters. Like when I think of Marvel 3, I don't just think of just Virgil, I think of Zero May Cry. To me, they are both unique. If you go, yeah, yeah, sure. I think I'm just looking at it from like, I'm just taking more of a step back, and I'm not focusing as much on the combination or how the pro player or how the try-hard person is gonna analyze the game. I'm taking a step back, and I'm looking at the IP. Well, not just the IP, the game, just the game, new game, right? But also that this new game is attached to an IP that is inherently known for its characters, right? It would be like, it would be like if there was a Final Fantasy fighting game, right? And the base roster was 10 in a Final Fantasy fighting game made by, let's say, Arxis, right? Or a World of Warcraft fighting game, 10 characters, right? So I think that there is a notion of like, when you make a fighting game from a very popular IP that has other genre of games where the vast amount of characters is such a big deal, whether it's because of the gameplay or because of the lore, because these are very story-driven games. 10 characters based on an IP such as Final Fantasy or World of Warcraft would be laugh-inducing. Like, people would be like, excuse me, what? There's more Final Fantasies than there's more than 10 Final Fantasies. There's currently 16 Final Fantasy games. Can you imagine the laughing stock? 16 Final Fantasy games, and then the fighting game Final Fantasy comes out and there's 10 characters? That would be hilarity. There would be riots on the streets, you know? So I think that's one aspect. That's another way to look at it as well, you know? And that looking at it that way doesn't take away from the combination way of looking at it. I think both can be true, you know? Like, yeah, there's a bunch of combinations, especially with the fuses as well, but given that it's such a rich character lore IP, it is very disappointing to have 10 at launch. My elbow's hurting. Yeah, I'm getting my ass kicked with this deck. This deck is probably just not very good. Not very good.
Let's have some fun.
description. Lord J. Base value 10 is weak source. I do understand that for sure. To me personally, because it's 2v2 with 4 players at a time, which is Omega Rare in a 2D fighting game with 5-ish different modes to play, I take that into consideration. Yeah, I do as well. I do as well. I take that into consideration as where the effort is put into. Roster can grow, and that's where they will make the money from DLC, so it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, clearly that's the decision that was made, right? But now the roster has to be, or the post-release roster, or yeah, the next question is just going to be how many
Greetings, traveler.
how many characters are they going to release per year? I hope they got things on lock where they can put out more than 4. I don't think 4 will be enough. Actually, personally, I think 4 is fine. But then again, I don't know, you know. I think they might actually do the 2 characters at a time thing. I think they might be I think they might do the Marvel Rivals approach, right? Where they will launch 2 characters at a time, especially because it's a 2v2 based fighting game. I don't know if they can get... I think they can get away with 1 at a time. But I think they're going to go with 2 at a time. Now I'm interested. What is the norm for a free-to-play fighting game roster size? Rooster size. Free-to-play fighting game roster size. I think the answer to that is going to come down to how big are the post-launch character, like how numerous are the post-character characters, like how many are they going to come out with each patch? If it's 1, wait, let me quickly finish this turn. That turn messed me up. If it's 1, you want to research it up. I think the problem is that there's so few free-to-play fighting games. So I don't even know.
Twice as hard to go twice as fast.
Hey, I got you, friend.
Multiverses is the nearest comparison, and that more than 10, I think. Yeah, I think Multiverses had quite a few. Isn't that dead now though? No, not that it matters in the super difference. But yeah, get me. I think I don't know how many it has, or how many it launched with. There's no way I'm winning this, is there? Yeah, devs dropped support for that game. Same with Street Fighter Cross Tekken. I remember that game. Just drop them saying. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm curious to see. My guess is that Riot is going to launch. I think they're going to release 2 characters each time. And if that's the case, I think they need to have 6 characters in a year. So there'll be free launches, 3 major patches that include a new character throughout the year. I don't know, man. I guess we'll have to see. The thing is, fighting game development is becoming like the amount of work and money and time that goes into these characters now, with all the unique animations and the cinematic supers and all of that. It becomes very costly to produce. So I wonder how that's going to turn out. 2v2 4-player games don't have a good track record. Yeah, they don't. And that's another thing that Riot has to another hurdle that Riot has to battle with, which is the unheard of nature of free-to-play 2v2 2D fighting games, right? It's definitely something worth trying. I'm glad that somebody's given it a shot, but it's going to be, this is the ground that they're treading. It's relatively unexplored ground. It's going to be quite difficult. I don't envy them, and I especially don't envy, like, again, my guess is that the shareholders and the people behind the production are kind of pushing them to get it out, and that kind of worries me, because that means that if that's true, then the people backing the game might not be the kind of team that understand what needs to happen for a fighting game to be successful and to be played for a long time. They might not care, or they might care, but they just might be more concerned with the microtransactions and the money that can be made. So I don't know, it's rough. It's a rough situation that they're in, I think. Okay, this deck is not working out the way I thought it would. Absolute garbo. Wait, do I have the Taurus? Shit. I don't. They do have an actual fighting game players on the team, so I believe the game will be good. That's debatable though. Fighting game players, it's just like what we've discussed before, right? Like, the best players are one thing, but like I heard that Marlin Pie designed or helped to design, what's that samurai guy? Not Hanzo. Yasuo. Marlin Pie helped design Yasuo, and even then, right, he's working with like a programmer, and they're going to be going back and forth. But I don't. It's just like any field of work, right? Like the somebody that is very good at that thing doesn't necessarily mean that they are also going to be good at designing that thing, right? It just happens all the time in every aspect of life. So while that could be a boon that they've got actual fighting game players on the team, I actually don't see it. Like, for me, that's a coin flip. That could be good and it could be bad. The business side as well, I think it's safe to assume Riot knows what they're doing. Well, but it's not really Riot though, right? Riot is the backer, but the development studio, wait, let me, I haven't actually looked this up, but based on what I understand of game development, Riot, like, I don't think it's just all in-house Riot. Wait, hold on. 2XKO development. Because isn't Riot a public... I just saw an article. Game Rant, 47 minutes ago. 2XKO director confirms surprising number of launch characters. Sorry, I'm just checking who the actual developer is. Yeah, I don't think top players can make a good game. I think smart players can. Yeah, that's a like perfect way to put it. And some top players are smart, but the kind of smarts needed to develop a character or fighting game is just very different. Wikipedia. developed and published, but so Riot Games is also a publisher and developer in collaboration with Radiant Entertainment. Okay, so Radiant Entertainment was an American video game developer based in Los Altos, California, founded by Tom and Tony Cannon. Blah 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 blah. Radiant was acquired by Riot Games in 2016. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so what this means is that Riot is the publisher, so Riot is gonna do what it can to give them the funds and help wherever necessary, but the primary developer is Radiant. And because Riot is owned by Tencent, is it Tencent or NetEase? Let me check. Riot Games, blah 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 blah. Subsidiary. Yeah, the parent company of Riot is Tencent, and Tencent is where we get into the Chinese corporation. Give us gacha game, microtransaction. Give us the money. We don't care about your FGC quality expectations. Release the game. Oh, 10 characters? Great. Release the game. Pay up. We want the cash. So it's being developed by mostly by Radiant, who is under Riot, and then Riot is owned by Tencent. So it gets a bit tricky. Oh, hey, what's up? What's up? He911, how you doing? How you doing? You're from Haley's channel. Is she still streaming? Is she, what time is it? It's 10, oh, it's 11 now, 11 p.m.
Greetings.
Greetings. Wait, let me check on Twitch. What made you pass by? There's not much excitingness going on here. Oh, she is still streaming. Just chatting. Who is she with?
Oh, she's at Thompson as well. That's perfect.
Absolutely ripping her off.
Oh, she's in a car. Stream exploring Taiwan with Hello Kiko and Igu TV. Interesting. How was the stream? What did she get up to today? What did she get up to? What was she doing? Do I want to craft this? I might do. I don't want to disenchant this though. Maybe I should. But yeah, we'll see. I think the real determiner as to whether 10 is not as bad is when we see the roadmap. We need to see a roadmap. When Riot, when the developer, when they launch the game or whatever announcement just before the game comes out, they should have a roadmap, or maybe the roadmap will be revealed during the first major patch after the game comes out. I think, yeah, once we see the roadmap, then we'll have more information to work from. Do I want to make the rogue tourist? Or warlock tourist? I mean, rogue doesn't really have any return effects anymore. What debate was you going to react to? Oh, there was a erudite, not so erudite had a. In fact, maybe I could start listening to it now. Should I? I don't know. If I do, I don't know if I'll finish it because it's quite late now. Erudite had a stream, a debate. I think it was on a. No, it wasn't a Wik panel. She had a Wik panel, and then afterwards she had a debate with some people that I've never seen. And the topic is like, is feminism ruining the world? And I think it's like a 2v2. And I listened to the first 2 or 3 minutes, and the opening statements from one side and the other side was so polar opposite that it made me say, you know what, this might be interesting to listen to on stream. Like, one guy is from the military, and you would expect that the military guy is going to be against the feminism, right? But he was like super, almost seemingly extreme, like on the extreme end. He was saying some stuff, and then some other guy responded. But yeah, that was basically the debate. Is my YouTube capture sound on? Yes, it is. Let me play the first minute of it. And while I do that, wait, do I want to make a new deck? Wait, let me quickly finish homebrewing this deck first, and then I'll pull it up. Fuck it, where's that Shaman Legendary? Disenchant. Warlock tools. Discover a hero card. Could be good. So then we do new deck and we do rogue. Do I have any other rogue heroes? Maiev. Maiev sucks, man. Maiev. Boring.
Now is the time.
But we'll take her anyway. Okay. So now we have. So then we want all the dark gifties. Dark gifty. 1. No way. Is it not giving me access? That sucks. You don't get access to the dark gifts. So I just crafted that legendary for no reason. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Rat Kingdom. Tourists are only in only the Perils in Paradise cards. Oh no. What a way for me to find that out. Did you see what I just did? I disenchanted my golden shaman card, which I actually wanted to play around with, thinking that Taurus gave you access to the entire library of that class's cards. I was thinking that I could utilize dark gift stuff, but I cannot. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. Oh no. Okay. Okay, let's not do that for now. Let's not do that. Let's just go back to my Dark Gift Warlock, because that is somewhat consistent. I mean, it does lose to a bunch of stuff, but let's just keep playing that. Yeah, thanks for the heads up, even though I unfortunately did it already. RIP. I've seen some Eudora rogue lists that play Maestra just because you get health drink and it can let you live a bit longer while you set her up. Yeah, Eudora, the treasure hunter Eudora, right? Yeah, I want to play around with Eudora. I didn't know because I haven't played standard. Most of the time when I do constructed or when I used to do constructed, it was wild. But I can only imagine the state that wild is in right now that this expansion is out. So this is my first time playing standard in many, many years. And I didn't realize that there's not really many, like they got rid of a lot of silence effects and like bounce effects, like single target bounce to, like Rogue doesn't have sap anymore. Um, and I guess, yeah, the only real removal, because there's so many cards and combos and stuff where it's just like, oh, crazy big starship. Oh, you killed a starship. Well, too bad. There's a bunch of death rattle effects. Oh, you survived the death rattle, that rattle effects. Well, too bad. I can resurrect my starship because of these 5 cards that I have, right? There's so much stuff where like gigantic minions are so scary, but there's not much hard removal outside of like board clear removal. There's not really a lot of silence anymore. It's just one silence card that everyone has access to. And outside of like transform, like Hex and is polymorph even? I think polymorph has been taken out of standard, right? I don't think polymorph is in core anymore. So I think it's just Hex. Maybe there's some others that I'm not aware of. Yeah, Shaman is eating nicely with Hex. Also, Maestra can get some crazy cards like Guff, lets you have 20 mana. Oof, that sounds good. Yeah, Demon Hunter is a problem. I'm hoping they can hot fix it. Yeah, I lost to the Starship, 4 mana, 5 armor Starship. He resurrected like 7 of them. It was ridiculous. I believe you can polymorph randomly through Khadgar. Oh, yeah, but that's yeah, that's quite random. Very, very random. So outside of that, I mean, yeah, it seems like Shaman is the only card or only class that has a raw transform. I mean, technically Shaman has 2 because of the Wave of Nostalgia, which could actually be used. I mean, if you're fighting against a crazy buffed up starship, transforming that starship into a random legendary is going to be better for you in most cases. So Shaman's got 2 transforms. It's like they want the game to be way more minion combat-y, which I think is fine. I actually don't mind that approach, but I don't know, when it doesn't feel like there's enough answers, like you can spend a big card or a combo to get rid of a card, and then they can just resurrect it, bring it back, do the combo again in so many different ways. I got to Legend with Nebula Murmur Shaman with Hex, yeah. Nebula Murmur. Yeah, I haven't even played Hearthstone. Like normally when I would play the past like 2 or 3 years, I've just been playing Battlegrounds. I haven't played Constructed in such a long time, let alone Standard. All right, let me queue up some Dark Gift and let me play this. People found that you can mess with the Demon Hunter's Death Rattle pool with the Warrior card that gives your opponent a thing that you can, to summon a minion from the deck. So there's a couple ways to counteract it, but yeah, you got to play some. Yeah, some classes will have access to that. But because, yeah, not everyone's going to have that Warrior card.
It was media, tech issue, all about crazy backstage. I don't know what's going on, but we're just going to leave it there like that, okay? I am Sarah the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live a Moderator Monday. Don't be confused. It is Thursday night, but this is just the series. This evening, I have Ken Harbro, Not So Eurodite, made by Jim Bob and Jake from Rattlesnake TV, here bringing to you another debate questioning, is feminism good for society? Ken, why don't you go ahead and kick it off with your opening statement?
Sure. Thanks, Sarah. Good to be here. Looking forward to a spirited conversation. As Sarah mentioned, I'm Ken Harbaugh, former Navy pilot and a combat recon mission commander. Since leaving the Navy, I've led a disaster relief organization deployed to disaster and conflict zones around the world, most recently Ukraine, where I'm headed back in a few weeks. And in every one of those situations, from flying missions off of North Korea to being at the front in Ukraine, I have worked alongside women who I would trust my life with, who I did trust my life with. And my friends on the opposing side arguing against feminism are probably going to try to convince you that feminism is about lowering standards, among other things. It's not. Trust me, at times my life depended on those standards being upheld, and they were. Feminism is about giving a society the chance to achieve its
So
full
this guy
promise
speaking,
by
I did not expect him to as soon as he said he's the military, he's served for a bunch of years in a bunch of places, I did not expect him to be on the pro feminism side, which is a nice breath of fresh air. But yeah, he goes on to say he's really
unleashing standards. Feminism is about
he's fighting the
lowering.
fight.
On the
We should
opposing
say that.
side, arguing against feminism, are probably going to try to convince you that feminism is about lowering standards, among other things. It's not. Trust me, at times my life depended on those standards being upheld, and they were. Feminism is about giving a society the chance to achieve its full promise by unleashing the potential of everyone, men and women alike. Feminism is about opportunities. I guarantee.
And I think this is the one. In fact, this is what made me pause it and think I might want to watch this on stream, because I think one of the issues going on here is that, like, I agree with what he said about, like, well, I agree that it's a good thing to have a thing that is designed to uplift society generally. I just don't think that feminism is that thing. And if it is, then it probably should be referred to as a different thing. Because so many people, when they hear the word feminism, they are not thinking about some concept that is supposed to uplift society as a whole. You know, it's a very broad, fleshed out, like evolved, multiplied version of feminism that most people do not have in their minds. So I think that is something that needs to be, probably shouldn't be trading, but let me just trade.
Chance to achieve its full promise by unleashing the potential of everyone, men and women alike. Feminism is about opportunities. I guarantee you that the other thing the opposing side is going to do
is about opportunity. Like, I've never heard somebody break it down that way. I've never heard feminism be called something that is about opportunity. Okay, we need to start pushing damage now. I can't be trading my 6 attack into that. And we need more options, so let's discover.
No wear and tear of any kind.
Let's go with that one. Job's done. Oh, there's my OBS. 0352. Right.
is cherry pick outlier data points. They'll do this to argue that the goal of feminism is to erase distinctions. And they'll try to convince you that a handful of ridiculous examples describe feminism writ large. It's an old debating trick, and it's not going to work, because feminism is about creating opportunities for the best contributions to be made to society. And that makes us better. It makes us
that's
stronger
just such a very
every conceivable metric.
evolved,
Economic growth,
like,
innovation, medical advancements.
extra
This approach toward
non-colloquial definition of feminism is quite interesting. Dream Planet Zephyrus. Oh wait, hold on. I'm not going with Kill Jaden, because that is not our win condition, and we do not want this. We do not want this dark gift. We do not want that dark gift. We want the Wind Fury Divine Shield. That is what we want. That is what we
fairness
want.
has made life better. And I could cite study after study, from the OECD to the World Bank to McKinsey, showing that in every society where feminism prevails, productivity increases,
Hi there.
institutions are strengthened, but you don't have to believe the researchers,
there,
the
Dark Knight.
experts. Just trust your own intuition. Think about societies that do not live up to the promise of feminism.
He's pissed.
I have been to these places. I have seen
And we got the Wind
firsthand
Fury.
what happens when those
There's no way he's
who want to
clearing
tear
that.
down and lie about feminism actually win the argument. And believe me, you
Both
don't
players
want to
get
live
an
there.
empty mana
I've been to
crystal.
Afghanistan. I've flown missions against Iran.
Let's
That
go
is
aggressive.
where the other side's argument leads. Thanks.
Thank you, Ken. Kyla, to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ken did a pretty fantastic job. He's spitting, as one might say. I mean, my answer is pretty simple. Is feminism good for
Kyla's
society?
way
Yes.
louder.
I think it's important that you separate out feminism from feminists. I think there'll be lots of things where we might argue feminism went
getting
too far,
cleared.
or feminists themselves have erred. And I'm just kind of happy to bite all those bullets. But when you
Bite
look
the
at like
bullet.
a broad societal brush of what feminism does, if feminism, which operation I would work off of feminism saying it's a philosophy of empowering women, right? I think feminism is the morally right thing to do. I think it's good for innovation. I think it's good for productivity and the GDP.
I should put this on my YouTube catch. Hold on. Bro, can you end your turn? Just give it up. You're going to lose. Suck it up. Accept your fate. Accept it. This one? Yep. And then we can... Time moves quickly. Time moves quickly. Wait, what? Okay, we don't need that. My bad, that battery. Oh, I didn't even know you left. Yeah, yeah. I was just I just started playing the thing. I'll rewind. I'll rewind to the guy, because I might not watch the whole thing right now, but I'll play the guy's opening statement. Hold on, let me finish this turn. What is the optimal play? Free attack and lifesteal. Sure, buddy. Let's draw. And let's get this set up. And let's push for damage. Each. Me. Yeah, this guy. I'll play it.
And
I have to rewind a bit though.
Feminism prevails better. Every
His
describe
description of feminism
writ
is
large.
so broad. I've
It's
never heard.
is to
I've
provide-
never
the
heard
other
it
thing
described in
because
this
the
way.
whole depended from
It's like he took feminism and gave it some like
Here, bringing to you another
some
debate
planetary,
questioning: is
societal,
feminism good for society?
meaningful buff.
Ken, why don't you go ahead and kick
that
it
just
off
makes
with
it sound
your
next
opening
level.
statement?
Sure. Thanks, Sarah. Good to be here. Looking forward to a spirited conversation. As Sarah mentioned, I'm
If
Ken
it's not loud
Harbaugh,
enough,
former
just
Navy
let me know.
pilot and a combat
I don't know
recon
if you can
mission
hear it now.
commander. Since leaving the Navy, I've led a disaster relief organization deployed
volume on
to
his- on the
disaster
call is
and
quite low.
conflict zones around the world, most recently Ukraine, where I'm headed back in a few weeks. And in every one of those situations, from flying missions off of North Korea to being at the front in Ukraine, I have worked alongside women who I would trust my life with, who I did trust my life with. And my friends on the opposing side arguing against feminism are probably going to try to convince
Sound a
you
bit too loud?
that
Okay.
feminism is about lowering standards, among other things. It's not. Trust me, at times my life depended on those standards being upheld, and they were. Feminism is about giving a society the chance to achieve its full promise by unleashing the potential of everyone, men and women alike.
So that right,
Feminism is
feminism is about giving society a chance to unleash its what? Its full promise to make everything better for everyone. Like, wait, hang on. That's a good cause. That if there is a thing that is supposed to do that, that's great. I don't know if that thing is feminism though. Like, you're just giving feminism some kind of incredible buff. I'm not sure if that's. What are we doing? You know, wait, let me hear again.
is about giving, trust me, at times my life depended on those standards being upheld, and they were. Feminism is about giving a society the chance to achieve its full promise by unleashing the potential of everyone, men and women alike. Feminism is
is about a chance.
is about giving a society the chance to achieve its full promise
Feminism is about giving society a chance to achieve its full promise
by unleashing the potential of everyone.
by unleashing the potential of everyone. That's a great thing. Like whatever that thing is, I want to get behind that. I like that thing. I like everybody giving a bonus, a buff to their potential so they can do and achieve more in life. But like, let's be fair. Most people, when they hear feminism, that is the absolutely not the thing that they're thinking about, right? So when I heard that, I'm like, wait, huh? How did you get
Men and
there?
women alike, feminism is about opportunities. I guarantee you that the other thing the opposing side is going to do is cherry pick outlier data points. They'll do this to argue that the goal of feminism is to erase distinctions. And they'll try to convince you that a handful of ridiculous examples describe feminism writ large. It's an old debating trick.
But that's
and
not,
it's
I think
not
that's
gonna-
unfair as well. I think it is true that some people will use the most extreme, ridiculous example of some crazy, screeching, blue haired feminist woman to be like, oh, see, feminists are like this, or this is what feminism is about. I agree that it's unfair to paint the entirety of feminism in that way, but I also think it's kind of unfair or not realistic or proper to hand wave it and be like, well, that's the extreme, so let's not consider that, because there is the extreme, but then there's also a tiny step below that that is still gonna pretty much be not too far off from that, you know. So I think it's a bit unfair of him to hand wave what his opponents might say, like preemptively hand wave what their defense might be.
It'll work because feminism is about
Sounds like my goal is to. It sounds like my goal is to have a good society. Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone's goal exactly. You know,
creating opportunities for the best contributions to be made to society. And that makes us better. It makes us stronger across every conceivable metric: economic growth, innovation, medical advancements. This approach towards fairness has made life better. And I could cite study after study, from the OECD to the World Bank to McKinsey, showing that in every society where feminism prevails, productivity increases, institutions are strengthened. But you don't have to believe the researchers, the experts. Just trust your own intuition. Think about societies that do not live up to the promise of feminism. I have been to these places. I have seen firsthand what happens when those who want to tear down and lie about feminism actually win the argument. And believe me, you don't want to live there. I've been to Afghanistan. I've flown missions against Iran. That is where the other side's argument leads. Thanks.
Thank you, Ken. Kyla, to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ken did a pretty fantastic job. He's spitting, as one might say. I mean, my answer is pretty simple. Is feminism good for society? Yes. I think it's important that you separate out feminism from feminists. I think there will be lots of things where we might argue feminism went too far, or feminists themselves have erred. And I'm just kind of happy to bite all those bullets. But when you look at like a broad societal brush of what feminism does, if feminism...
Erudite saying that, Erudite just straight up just being like, listen, I'm going to bite the bullet of, you know what, wait, I have to remove this. This cannot be allowed to live. I can't let that live. Yeah, Erudite saying that, Erudite just straight up being like, look, I know those things are out there. Some of them are extreme. Some of them are not that extreme. I just have to bite those bullets. I think that's a very fair, clever thing to do from the get-go.
Which operationally I would work off of feminism, saying it's a philosophy of empowering women, right? I think feminism is the morally right thing to do. I think it's good for innovation. I think it's good for productivity in the GDP. And I think those things lead to a better, flourishing society. So yes, I am for feminism.
Thank you. Jim Bob, to you.
Jim Bob, you know.
You're muted, Jim Bob.
I think Jim Bob is the guy who's against
good for
it.
society? To me, that's like asking if mold is good for a house. To answer this question, whether or not feminism is good for society.
Man he compared feminism to mold in a house. That's how you know this is going to be the start of a flurry of big swings and attacks against feminism. Let's see what they say. He is not here to play around. And you know who else is not here to play around? My opponent right now, because I do not think I'm going to win this game. body on the board.
No wear and tear of any kind.
I should have drawn my Wallow. That was stupid. Didn't even have time to pick.
We should first establish what it actually is. Feminism is
Put
the
gloves
advocacy
officially
of women's
off,
rights
yeah.
on the basis of equality of the sexes.
Wait, what did it say?
The question is feminism good for society? To me, that's like asking if mold is good for a house. To answer this question, whether or not feminism is good for society, we should first establish what it actually is. Feminism is the advocacy of women's rights on the basis of equality of the sexes. Without the flowery language, feminism is a movement away from patriarchy. Simply put, the question becomes, is the movement away from patriarchy good for society? I would say no. So what is good for society? Well, let's just keep some basic bullet points here. So my argument is that traditional families are good for society, not only good, but they're necessary, a necessary component for a flourishing society. Law and order, those are not only good for society, but they're necessary for society. Order is...
I like the first part of his definition. Yeah, and that's the thing. I think the first part of his definition, that's what most people are going to identify feminism as. Like if you force somebody to say, hey, what do you think feminism is and what does it mean? They will probably say something along the lines of what he said. Maybe not even based on their understanding of the social ramifications of it, but just even the word feminine plus ism is probably going to make somebody come away with that kind of conclusion. Sorry, hold on. I think we have to go with this. Yeah, we definitely have to go with that.
Job's done. Not only good, but any society you point to, it has some feature of order and law. Order assumes both hierarchy and force. I want you to remember that throughout the debate here. The third, and perhaps one of the more important bullet points, is duties and obligations. I would argue a society that has duties and obligations is better. It's a better society because they have duties and obligations. Any ordered system with people, there are duties and obligations. If we look at a company, for instance, it's structured with a hierarchy and everyone in the company has a duty and obligation. This is good for the company. The same way this is good for the company, this is good for society. However, feminism has no duties and obligations. What feminism has is a series of grievances and demands of which no collective of women could actualize.
See, I think the issue now is that, like what he just said there, now he's dancing in the extreme where he's battling, he's shadow boxing with one aspect of feminism or one kind or one branch, like one house of feminism that does exist, but not everybody lives in that house. There are plenty of other feminists who don't live in that house, right? Who aren't singing the same song and dance or doing the same song and dance that he's seen time and time again. Shit, I need to get this out. Hopefully it don't get silenced, otherwise I just die. You know what? I think I do this. Just to make him a bit more survivable. I'm probably gonna die anyway.
So instead, feminism relies wholly on men. Feminism is basically a live action role-playing game. Now let's see if feminism supports any of these things. Again, traditional families, law and order, duties and obligations. Does feminism support traditional families? No. Predominant messaging from feminism, not just feminists, feminism opposes the traditional family structure. It calls single motherhood empowering. It says having children hinders your potential. Its messaging says that killing your offspring in the womb is an act of liberation. Feminism does not produce positive messaging for motherhood. It produces negative messaging.
He didn't realize
it
had reborn.
Now, the second bullet point, does feminism support order in society? No, feminism assumes in its very definition that men and women are interchangeable. They are not. Its messaging is anti-patriarchy. Feminism argues for equal rights and privileges between men and women while simultaneously relying on a one-sided system of men who protect and enforce those rights and privileges. It's completely one-sided. It's completely patriarchal. Does feminism support duties and obligations? No, feminism supports the sole pursuit of women's desire. The only obligation under feminism is to undermine patriarchy. But now that men can be women,
That's not. He's not. I mean, he's definitely not wrong about that. I feel like there's a large contingent of feminists or people who support feminism that would agree with that. That like so much of the purpose and the intended function of it is to stare patriarchy in the face and to challenge it, question it, or to tear it down, or all three at the same time. Like that is definitely something that occurs, or that is definitely a thought that exists that needs to be wrestled with.
duties and obligations. No, feminism supports the sole pursuit of women's desire. The only obligation under feminism is to undermine patriarchy. But now that men can be women, I'm not sure what goals are left for feminists other than destroying what the remnant, what's remnant of traditional Western societies and their values. Under the feminist framework, there are no duties assigned to women which produce a good for society. They're just privileges and things they like.
I don't think he realizes is remnant a word? I think he means the remnants. Remnant? Remnant? Yeah, he means remnant. Remnant is not a word. Maybe he just misspoke. Yeah, interesting. Probably a misspeak.
Of traditional patriarchy. But now that men can be women, I'm not sure what goals are left for feminists other than destroying what the remnant, what's remnant of traditional Western societies and their values. Under the feminist framework, there are no duties assigned to women which produce a good for society. They're just privileges and things they like. There's no feminism that can build a good society. It requires men. It requires patriarchy. Patriarchy is in opposition to feminism. So the task tonight for our opponents is to tell us how feminism is good for society.
I don't think feminism is, how do you word it?
Men, it requires patriarchy. Patriarchy is in opposition to feminism.
Patriarchy is in opposition to feminism. Perhaps in function it is, but I think feminists would argue that it shouldn't be, or it doesn't have to be. Like, you could have a patriarchal society that I don't know, considers feminism more, or is just more educated on larger matters in the world that involve gender and feminism and how men and women are treated or whatever. Like, I think they would argue that you could have a society or a patriarchy that is more clued up on those things, and therefore it would act accordingly. It doesn't need to be like an opposite, like the polar, the foul enemy of feminism. That's an easy play here.
So the task tonight for our opponents is to tell us how feminism is good for society. My prediction is that anything they point to as a good will ultimately
rivalry. Oh, you mean like a rivalry? Like feminism is concerned about like the rival, like kind of like a little bit like Vegeta and Goku. Like Vegeta's always trying to surpass Goku, but then Goku's not really. I mean, yeah, he's competitive too, but he's not as concerned about it as Vegeta is, right? I don't know if that's a good example, but I think if that's what you mean, then yeah, I agree. Oh, exactly that. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Be reliant on men. I'm going to leave you with a simple syllogism here. Premise 1, a good society requires law and order. Premise 2, law and order requires the force of men. Premise 3, a society that requires the force of men.
Yeah, it's just going to be a tricky debate. Law and order requires the force of men. We can say yes to that, but what do you then make of the women that are in service roles, such as female police officers, female, judges, FBI agents, whatever other, you know what I mean? Like, I get what he's saying. Wait, let me finish this one. I get what he's saying. But there's some further explorations of what he's talking about that complicates it a bit.
And is actually a patriarchy. Conclusion, a patriarchy is good for society. Now notice if I swap out feminism, patriarchy for feminism, watch what happens. A good society doesn't require feminism at all. Feminism does require the force of men. A society that requires the force of men can't be feminist. It just can't be definitionally. So there's nothing good that feminism brings at all without it being a pretend sort of live action role playing game that relies wholly on men using their force, men's obligation to put their body as a shield, to protect women, to protect families, to protect children. Women offer nothing in return. The obligations are all there for men. There's zero obligations for women.
Thank you, Jim Bob. Jake, to you.
I said women offer nothing. You
Yes,
have nothing.
Thank you very much for having me, Sarah. Thank you to the opponents for coming out today as well, and Jim Bob too. So feminism, I'm going to go with the same definition as Jim Bob, and I think that it has destroyed the relationship between the sexes. It's a raw deal for men, and it's also a raw deal for women. And what's more problematic is that feminism is explicitly designed to destroy the family unit, which is the bedrock of a healthy civilization. And this is echoed throughout feminist literature. You look at people like Simone de Beauvoir, who say that the family is the most important social institution in maintaining the oppression of women. Shulamith Firestone, from The Dialectic of Sex, said the family is the first system of oppression. It is also the most pervasive, and there are many more. We can go through them a bit more if we have a little bit of time later. So the family is the bedrock of civilization, and the feminists are crusaders for destroying and subverting this institution with their seething resentment. And when you destroy the family and women leave the home to write emails, you inevitably end up having to give your children off to the state. And this is not a new idea. This has been echoed throughout history. Even Plato, in his Republic, said that children are to be common and no parent is to know his own child or any child his parent. Engels, who wrote the Communist Manifesto, echoed something similar. Even John Stuart Mill and Antonio Gramsci, very famous.
It's the classic strength equals men. Yeah, he's going down. He's dialogue treeing the. This is the NPC dialogue tree of the weaknesses of feminism, basically. But I need to listen a little bit more. Wait, let me.
It is also the most pervasive, and there are many more. We can go through them a bit more if we have a little bit of time later. So the family is the bedrock of civilization, and the feminists are crusaders for destroying and subverting this institution with their seething resentment. And when you destroy the family and women leave the home to write emails, you inevitably end up having to give your children off to the state. And this is not a new idea. This has been echoed throughout history. Even Plato, in his Republic, said that children are to be common and no parent is to know his own child or any child his parent. Engels, who wrote the Communist Manifesto, echoed something similar. Even John Stuart Mill and Antonio Gramsci, very famous communist there, echoing similar sentiments. So how does this directly relate to feminism, you might ask? Well, feminists ask for and have largely attained equal participation in the workforce, separating them from family duties and handing the children off to the state for public education. This is absolutely pervasive throughout the West at the moment, and the family structures have suffered for it. Divorce rates are much higher. Children are being handed off to the state. We have a much more impersonal relationship with our family these days.
See, that's not
And
fair.
once
What did he
again,
say? He said divorce. Is he trying to insinuate that divorce rates are much higher because of what exactly? Wait, hold
in the
on.
work, echoing similar sentiments. So how does this directly relate to feminism, you might ask? Well, feminists ask for and have largely attained equal participation in the workforce, separating them from family duties and handing the children off to the state for public education. This is absolutely pervasive throughout the West at the moment, and the family structures have suffered for it. Divorce rates are much higher. Children are being handed off to the state. We have a much more impersonal relationship.
He said, what has suffered for it? Hold on.
Well, feminists ask for and have largely attained equal participation in the workforce.
Okay, so he's saying that because of equal participation in the workforce,
separating them from family duties,
and because of that, because men and women have separated themselves from family duties,
and handing the children off to the state for public education. This is absolutely pervasive throughout the West at the moment, and the family structures have suffered for it. Divorce rates are much higher.
Yeah, that's not fair. He said family structures have suffered for it, and divorce rates are much higher. That's a hot take. That's quite volcanic to me. That's like, if you paint it in that way, if in your mind, feminism, imagine saying like in his mind, feminism is part of the reason why divorce rates have pummeled or plummeted, I should say, or have been pummeled by society, right? Or yeah, it's just part of the reason why it's fallen so low. That's a crazy way. That's a crazy perspective. That ignores so many other aspects of life and society and technology and things that have changed and expectations and history. Like that ignores so much behind why the divorce rates have fallen and continue to fall. That's just such a half-baked perspective on that being a thing. I'm not sure about that one, Chief. Let's get this one out. I should have drawn a card. That was stupid. Charge, 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 charge. Ooh. Too late. Too late.
Children are being handed off to the state. We have a much more impersonal relationship with our family these days. And once again, key feminist figures like Simone de Beauvoir argue that to achieve true gender equality, society must support shared responsibilities for child rearing, including state-sponsored childcare and education systems that free women from the pressure of full-time domestic work. So, last thing I would say here is that, and I think we can just pretty much cover all this in the open dialogue, but feminism is not only a horrible deal for men, it is also just a terrible deal for women. And the best thing that women can do is to completely and utterly reject feminism. Because if you want to follow the feminist messaging and propaganda, they will tell you that the sexes should be equal. This is a pipe dream. This is never going to happen. It's completely impossible. They're never going to be able to be equal to men in the things that they strive for. So therefore, it can never happen. True. We can go through force doctrine and how that's actually a logical impossibility. So,
but I think, but again, I think to be fair to some feminists, a lot of feminists understand that. They understand that it's never going to be. It's never going to be equal, and that's not actually what they're trying to achieve, because they know that to be the case. Please give me charge. No. What do we even have? Only 3 dark gifts. We can draw. Let's get this out. Death Rattle, draw a spell that costs 5 or more. Let's get this out.
Feminism is an ideology that would be best left in the dust of history. So happy to get into it.
Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate it. As a kind reminder, everybody here is dual streaming, so if you feel free to run over to their channels, like, subscribe, share, do your job as the viewer. And again, we will always be doing open panel dumpster fire. We will have the debate, read and respond to super chats after closing statements. Then we will open up the floor to the public. Outside of that, folks, the floor is open to you.
I guess maybe what I would start with is the definition you guys gave of patriarchy was very kind of goes against any traditional definition that I've experienced, right? Which typically I think like Wikipedia and stuff would call it like some sort of hierarchical system where positions of authority are held by men. But it seems like you guys are actually calling patriarchy the enforcement arm, that the enforcement arm is mostly occupied by men, and therefore that's what a patriarchy is. So do you guys think a patriarchy is where men are soldiers and police officers, or do you think a patriarchy is when men are in positions of power?
Well, I would say positions of power are useless without the force application. So whatever you think is a position of power ultimately comes down to force anyway. So men in power, ultimately backing power and enforcing law and rights, they could put women in different positions, but that's an allowance. They don't have to. In fact, at any given time,
oh man, this is the fresh and fit right here, and I think I just lost this game. I can't clear this monster. I don't have taunt, do I? Yeah, just lose. Unfortunate. Yeah, this is the fresh and fit. This is the fresh and fit special right now. Like, oh, even women that are in power, they're only there because men allow them to be there. I think it's just such a this is not a word, but I'm gonna invent it. It's such a minimalization, a miniature, a mini microscopic version of what is really happening, right? It's such a tinified it's a tinified way of looking at this issue, right? To just say, oh yeah, all those women in power, they're only there because men allow them to be there, and they only have power as thanks to the power that men have allowed them to wield. Like power is just like some holy Lord of the Rings sword that, you know, they point it at women and they choose the women that the power is going to be bestowed upon. Like, and it's one of those things where I'm probably not smart enough or well read up enough to know how to counter that, or to really, if I was debating this person in real life, on the fly, I probably wouldn't have the knowledge and exactly know where to draw from to prove him wrong, or to prove that he's tinifying the situation. But But yeah, it's definitely a case of like, well, yes and no, though, right? This is not entirely how we should be
you
looking
think
at
it's a
it.
position of power ultimately comes down to force anyway. So men in power ultimately backing power and enforcing law and rights. They could put women in different positions, but that's an allowance. They don't have to. In fact, at any given time, the collection of men in any given country can completely overturn any of the allowances they give to women.
We can just wake up and revolt and be like, you know what? Nope. Any leadership role, any position of power, any hiring position, any decision making power that women have, nope. We have decided to wake up this morning on Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. and we're going to collectively reabsorb the power we bestowed upon you in season 1. It's season 2 now, so you don't get that. You don't get those powers anymore. You know, Thanos has awoken and snapped your powers out of existence. This is I wonder what she's going to say in response.
Gotcha. So, like, society, for example,
Gotcha.
runs on the back of workers, right? If we don't have workers, laborers, janitors, farmers, et cetera, the society wouldn't work. That doesn't mean that society is run by workers, though, right? That doesn't mean societies are running the country.
Society, no, I would say that's disanalogous. What's productive in this example? You're arguing what's productive. We're arguing how do you even maintain the order in society such that production is even possible.
Okay, so
you're skipping to some particular, but we're talking about how do
you
even have production a possibility without order, law and order. So you just granted yourself law and order so you can have production and work. By the way, your example points to productivity. The point is feminism good for society? Is it better to have productive women or to have women mother the next generation of children?
So I'm a bit curious.
Wait, what? This guy just self-reported his entire worldview by asking that question. He completely revealed entirely where he's coming from and what his perspective is and what his goal is in this conversation with that question.
Possibility without order, law and order. So you just granted yourself law and order so you can have production and work. By the way, your example points to productivity. The point is feminism good for society? Is it better to have productive women or to have women mother the next generation of children?
First of all, why does it have to be either or either or? And oh my god, of course he buffs it. And even if you're forced to answer that question, clearly it's a case of like, well, there is a bit of give and take. Like there's a bit of pros and cons to both, and the real intelligent thing to do would be to analyze the pros and cons of both, or the societal realities that have come about thanks to both, rather than to pick one that is ultimately better for society overall. It's just such a very half-baked approach.
So I'm a bit curious. So say there was a society.
But you didn't answer my question, though. You said you're curious, but I asked you a direct question because this is a cross-examination.
Tried to run away.
Is it better for women collectively, for the most part, to be rearing and having children for the next generation of the society that you want to flourish? Or should they go to the workforce and be awesome?
What is she gonna say? Let's place our votes. What is she gonna respond to? Or how is she gonna respond to this? I think she's going to highlight. I don't think she's going to answer. I don't think she's going to answer directly. Instead, I think she's going to highlight that the conversation and the topic is more complicated than just simply picking one or the other, because both things need to be discussed and explored to really explore the conversation. And if I choose one or the other, it's going to shoehorn and like tunnel vision us down a specific path, which is only getting at half of the conversation. I think that's probably what she should say, because his question is kind of a trap question that's trying to kind of like, whatever you answer, there's one answer that makes her look stupid, and then there's another answer that's going to make him look good. Or, well, I guess the one that makes her look stupid also makes him look good. Basically, there's an answer that I don't think either answer is going to be good for her. So I think she needs to highlight that there's more going on here. I think. Let's see.
I don't see these things as mutually exclusive.
Man said, "Get back, get back here!" No running away from my question. He said, "Get back." He hit him with a Dante. Get back.
Children for the
Wait, what
next
did she say?
generation of the society that you want to flourish, or should they go to the workforce and be awesome?
I don't see these things as mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
So you're not going to answer the question. Which
Well, she's not gonna, because they're not mutually exclusive, right? So that's not her not answering the question. So Jim Bob, this guy is already, I think he's already exposed himself as a bit of a who's a her. Is this freezing? No.
My answer is these things are not mutually exclusive.
Which
You're
is
begging the
better for
question.
society?
You're begging the question with the question. They're not mutually exclusive concepts.
Okay, so if you were to choose to have a bunch of women, right, and you either
They're not mutually exclusive, bro. Like that's the answer. That's maybe he doesn't know what mutually exclusive means. Why did I choose this card? It's not even a good card. Stupid. I should have dropped that earlier.
either choose for the society on net balance that they should have children for the next generation and mother those good people, or join Nike and get a lanyard in an office. What do you think is better for society?
Well, I mean, society would just
Hypothetical.
Sure. We can go into your hypothetical and I'll just engage with it. Obviously, you need
Except you won't.
Well, I will. Obviously, you need to have children for society to even continue. The problem is that the hypothetical is disanalogous to anything that we're talking about, right? Because the problem is that in a society with freedoms and rights, things don't exist in these mutually exclusive vacuums. And so, in no world are people having to choose between one or the other. Women
No, that's
can typically
actually not
occupy
true.
multiple
We're
roles.
under replacement right now. So we're actually in a predicament right now where we have to decide whether or not we're going to use massive amounts of social pressure and propaganda to get women away from your ideal of feminism and back into the home, rearing children and having children and families.
What's
Why?
my ideal of
Because we're
feminism?
not going to have enough people for the next generation.
What's my ideal of
So what's
feminism?
important right now? You feeling good and going on a
I mean, she's asking that because she hasn't clearly even shared what her idea of feminism is. So he's created a straw man in his head. He's assuming what her version of feminism is, and he's attacking that, which is quite telling about how this conversation is probably going to go. Hold on. Fucking go with that one. What is the secret? It's rat trap or ice trap? It's probably rat trap. Yeah, it's rat trap.
on a Eat, Pray, Love tour and blogging about it, or the
He's trying to make it this or that, even though it's not mutually exclusive. She can still engage with the yeah. I think she did. She engaged with the hypothetical. She said, of course, in that hypothetical, like clearly there needs to be childbirth. Women need to give birth, otherwise the human race is going to implode and die outright. She actually answered that. I'll rewind
People
a bit.
having to choose between one or the other. Just engage with it. Obviously, you need
Except you won't.
Well, I will. Obviously, you need to have children for society to even continue. The problem is.
Yeah, so that's her answer. Like in the hypothetical, obviously you need society. You need children. You need to have children for society to continue. So her answer to the hypothetical is yes. It is more important in the hypothetical that women focus on the family duties and giving birth and raising families, right? That was her answer to the hypothetical.
That the hypothetical is disanalogous to anything that we're talking about, right? Because the problem is that in a society with freedoms and rights, things don't exist in these mutually exclusive vacuums. And so in no world are people having to choose between one or the other. Women
No, that's
can typically
actually not
occupy
true.
multiple
We're
roles.
under replacement right now. So we're actually in a predicament right now where we have to decide whether or not we're going to use massive amounts of social pressure and propaganda to get women away from your ideal of feminism and back into the home, rearing children and having children and families.
What's
Why?
my ideal of
Because we're
feminism?
not going to have enough people for the next generation.
What's my ideal of
So
feminism?
what's important right now? You feeling good and going on a Eat, Pray, Love tour and blogging about it, or the next generation of women, women and children?
Okay, so
which is more important?
Part of the issue, so if I could just break this down, part of the issue with your argumentation is you're making a bit of a syllogism, right? So you're saying that society doesn't work without soldiers, soldiers are men, therefore men run society. Am I understanding?
What does syllogism mean? Like a soliloquy? Syllogism. Meaning. Syllogism. A syllogism. Am I just dead? No, I'm not. A syllogism is a logical argument that applies deductive reasoning to arrive at a conclusion based on two premises. Learn about the origin. Wait, I still don't know if I understand that. An instance of a form of reasoning in which a conclusion is drawn, whether validly or not, from two given or assumed prepositions or propositions, premises, each of which shares a term with the conclusion and shares a common or middle term not presented in conclusion. Example, all dogs are animals, all animals have four legs, therefore all dogs have... Oh, I see. Okay. I kind of get it.
Understanding you correctly?
What that was one aspect. The force doctrine is not something you're going to get away from. I'm happy to shift over to the force doctrine, but what I just pointed to is what's the obligation for feminists to make society good if you have no obligation to reproduce?
I don't really understand your question.
Why are you acting confused?
I don't understand your question.
Feminism is good for society, right? I just asked you, what obligation does feminism have to reproduce for women?
Because women obviously want a flourishing society as well.
No, I didn't ask what you want. I said you have an obligation to.
I guess I'm not understanding your question.
Do you have an obligation, not so erudite, to reproduce?
No, nobody does.
You don't. Does any feminist that you know have the obligation to reproduce?
I don't think any human being has an obligation to reproduce.
Do men collectively have the obligation to uphold and enforce the law with their bodies?
No, they do not have an obligation to do that.
They don't. They don't have an obligation. So if men don't have an obligation to do anything and women don't have an obligation to do anything, how the fuck are you going to argue feminism from your worldview is good for anything?
But she's not. First of all, she hasn't even shared like precisely what her version of feminism is. And second of all, I'm pretty sure that when she does, or if she is to right now, her definition is not going to include obligation. I don't think would ever argue that my version of feminism is that men or women should be obligated to behave in this way. I don't think that's what she would say. Perhaps I'm wrong on that. And we will find out momentarily once I end this turn. We need to get rid of this 12-12. Why did you concede? Wait, did I have lethal? Wait, I probably had lethal. I wasn't even looking at. I didn't even realize I had lethal. I was like trying to figure out how to clear the board. I probably did have lethal. I'm stupid. All right.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know.
Nani? What was that quantum level logical leap? Wait, with.
And women don't have an obligation
with the guy, you mean?
No, they do not have an obligation to do that.
They don't. They don't have an obligation. So if men don't have an obligation to do anything and women don't have an obligation to do anything, how the fuck are you going to argue feminism from your worldview is good for anything?
I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know if you know what this means. Like, I don't even know if you know what you're talking about.
No, stop gaslighting me. I just asked you a direct question.
Okay.
I just asked you a direct question. If men from your worldview have no obligation and women have no obligation, can you tell me how anything from your worldview is good for society with no obligations?
But did she even say that men and women have no obligation? I'm getting gaslit. I don't even know if she even presented that. How does that even connect? Am I stupid? I'm not sure. Let's see.
Social contracts establish obligations. The issue is that, like, your gender, for example, isn't the thing that establishes the obligation necessarily. It's the social contract. So if you're in the military, you have an obligation, right? So if you join the military, which you do freely of will, you have an obligation to serve and protect, to listen to your sergeants, to do all the things that you were contracted to do as you join the military contract, right? Those are obligations that you have. When you are born, you have some level of contract that you necessarily establish with your sovereign state. So if you're a citizen of America, you have certain obligations to uphold, for example, by and large, trying to follow the rules of the founding documents. You're supposed to, by and large, vote.
Law?
Yeah, law.
Yeah, but you just contradicted yourself. If by being a part of the society, you have an obligation to follow the law, and you don't have an obligation to actually enforce the law from your view, you just said men don't have an obligation to enforce the law. So you have...
Hold on, what?
Born, you have some level of contract that you necessarily establish with your sovereign state. So if you're a citizen of America, you have certain obligations to uphold, for example, by and large, trying to follow the rules of the founding documents. You're supposed to, by and large, vote.
Law?
Yeah, law.
Yeah, but you just contradicted yourself. If by being a part of the society, you have an obligation to follow the law, and you don't have an obligation to actually enforce the law from your view, you just said men don't have an obligation to enforce the law. So you have an obligation to follow the law, but you don't have an obligation to enforce it?
No, nobody has an obligation. Men don't have to be police officers or
So
military
then why do I have
members.
an obligation from your view to follow the law?
This guy is honestly, if I was in this debate, like being in these kind of situations in the moment on the fly. Like, I mean, I know you know C4 because you've been in these situations, right? On the fly, in the moment, I think I would be perplexed. And this is the vortex. This is the Akuma Street Fighter 4 vortex right now, and I wouldn't know how to get out of it. In like, even as I'm watching this with the time to think, I'm not even sure what I would say because he is just cartwheeling like iframes. He's iframing his way through the conversation right now, and I'm not sure when his invincibility frames begin and end.
To follow the law, but you don't have an obligation to enforce it?
No, nobody has an obligation. Men don't have to be police officers or
So
military
then why do I have
members.
an obligation from your view to follow the law?
Because you're in a social contract with your society, right? So you don't have to be
by being bored?
Yeah, by being bored and getting a U.S. passport and birth certificate.
Okay, so from your view, everything's
I'm not even sure if that's entirely correct either.
contractual.
I can tell Erudite is a bit flustered because I'm not sure about that answer either.
Well, you're talking about obligations, right? Getting a U.S. passport and birth certificate.
Okay, so from your view, everything's contractual.
Well, you're talking about obligations, right? So you're asking me to establish where obligations are, and social contracts are typically how we establish those obligations in a democracy.
Okay, so how is feminism good?
I don't like Erudite, but she's doing well in my opinion. Yeah, so far I think she's mostly doing fine, especially given how invincibility frame he's being right now. I wouldn't know how to respond. I would be quite flustered.
For whatever you're calling good right now, which is a set of what, just like arbitrary
establishes obligations in a democracy.
Okay, so how is feminism good for whatever you're calling good right now, which is a set of what, just like arbitrary contracts between individuals? Is that it? Is that your vision of society?
Well, the thing that I love most about a democratic society, for example, is freedom of choice, right? So I think one thing that feminism does really well is it increases the agency by which women have to live, which I think is good. Typically, women will opt to use that agency to enter into obligatory contracts, such as with their workplace.
You mean contracts that are backed by force?
Not every contract is a matter of being backed by force.
Force or civil law or threat.
Yeah, or is that force predominantly men?
Again, just because a society requires, if we had slaves that were all of our police force, we wouldn't say that slaves are running the country.
That's not what I asked you. I said, is the force application in a society that has laws and contracts that can be policed and enforced, is it wholly dependent on mostly men to enforce those?
Let me listen to this again.
As a society requires, if we had slaves that were all of our police force, we wouldn't say that slaves are running the country.
That's not what I asked you. I said, is the force application in a society that has laws and contracts that can be policed and enforced, is it wholly dependent on mostly men to enforce those? In other words, if you swapped out all the men in the enforcement arm with women, do you think a pure collection of women could enforce flawed contracts and breach contracts between men?
The answer has to be yes. If we lived in that alternate reality where, for whatever reason, women were in the same position that men are in now, right? Like in that, even in that hypothetical, I'm not sure what he's trying to conclude with the hypothetical, because couldn't she just say yes to that, right? Or is he trying to say, with the way the world is, if he's trying to say, with the way the world is now, if you just snapped your fingers and you just swapped, everything in the world is the same, except women are now in the position that men are in, that's kind of disingenuous as well, because it removes all of the history and baggage and reasons why men, whether through biology or how we've been socialized, it removes all of the backstory behind why men are able to be in that position. So, but it sounds like he wants to just swap it for the sake of an example. But in the swapping of it doesn't also transition and bring along the history of women, where it's like, oh, okay, now that we've swapped it, let's pretend that women had all of this history and women were always in power and women were the one that fought in wars and women were the XYZ, right? It's like he's not bringing that into the swap. He's just saying, take current society and swap it. What do you think would happen? It's not really getting to the question itself is not even exploring or it's like he's not aware that this question is not getting to the heart of the matter, because the question itself is flawed. It's not really. I don't think he realizes how flawed it is.
Society that has laws and contracts that
He is. Oh, women with a gun can enforce the law. He's just saying men are strong and they can force people to follow the law. Strength equals man, when it's not like that anymore. I don't think he's going as deep as you are. I don't think he is, but I think that's the problem. I think he is saying, just look at society now and swap it with men and women. But you can't do that because, I mean, yes, if you do that, the result is going to be different. But a fair, like, the reality though is that part of the reason why the result would be different is because of the sudden swap with with none of the consideration of the baggage and the build up behind what would need to be in place for the swap to happen and for women to perform the same way that men would need to, or that same way that men have or do, you know. Anyway, let me not get
can be
stuck here.
policed and enforced. Is it wholly dependent on mostly men to enforce those? In other words, if you swapped out all the men in the enforcement arm with women, do you think a pure collection of women could enforce flawed contracts and breach contracts between men?
Jim Bob, have you ever been to?
I just asked a question. Hold on. Don't ask me a question right now. You can answer the question.
It was a question. It was a question.
Don't save her. I know you like
can-
saving women, but this is on her unless you want to answer it.
What's the question again? Happy to.
You didn't even hear the question. So
No,
shut
no,
up.
because you've been
Stop. Just be
rambling
quiet.
like
Be
you
quiet.
live in this theoretical
Rambling.
world.
Just stop.
All right, gentlemen, that's enough. Jim
I
Bob, would you like to ask your
Yeah, I'll
question
ask the
again,
question
and then either Ken or Kyla can give an answer?
Is it possible for a collective of women to be the enforcement arm of a society?
To be fair, though, I'm glad that he didn't let him step in, because he was going to go somewhere else. He didn't like where this was going, or he just was tired of hearing his voice. He wanted to just go into another path of argument, another lane. And so I think it's good that Jim Bob is returning the conversation to the question, just so that it gets answered, even though the question, I think, is all over the
And
place.
then either Ken or Kyla can give an answer.
Is it possible for a collective of women to be the enforcement arm of a society?
100%. 100%. If you go to Israel right now, when's the last time you've been to Israel?
Israel, a lot of those women have dicks.
Could Jim Bob
Where's he getting that from? Like, what? What a hand wave. That was a Israel. A lot of those women have dicks. That was the prime, supreme sorcerer supreme Gandalf, Harry Potter, Voldemort spell, spell of Ashanti, hand wave. Israeli women have dicks. That's what he just did. He Omega hand waved that. He parried that. He just flashing blue. Man brought out his A game with the parry. Unbelievable. Did you hear that? Israeli women, but they have dicks. They have. Oh no, bro, what is happening right now?
answer any of my
Unbelievable.
And then either Ken or Kyla can give an answer.
He said that with so much bass in his voice
for a collective
too.
of women to be the enforcement arm of a society?
100%. 100%. If you go to Israel right now, when's the last time you've been to Israel?
Israel, a lot of those women have dicks.
Could Jim Bob answer any of my questions yet? Because I've answered all of his.
That's funny.
Well, I don't want to stop
I
Canada.
want to hear about Israel. I want to hear about Israel.
It's just I feel like Jim Bob is doing like this very like.
Ben Gurion Airport. Sorry, Kyla, go ahead.
Tell us your poetry.
No, I want to hear about Israel.
Go ahead, Kyla. Ask your question.
Well, it's just I've asked a number of questions, and I'm just I guess at like a meta level. I'm not really sure how to engage with you, Jim Bob, because the last time you asked me about the
And
enforcement.
it's so funny as well, right? Because the other guy, the U.S. agent guy, Captain America up here, he answered the question. He said, in this country, the women actually, I mean, I don't even know if it's true, assuming it's true, right? In this country, a lot of the women are in leadership roles and enforce force, right? And then his response is, oh, but they have dicks. Like, not even engaging with the possibility that it is the case and that they don't have dicks, or the majority of them. Like, what wow, just quite hilarious when you think about it. Right, you got to deal with my 4-4, buddy.
arm. I answered your question and you told me to stop talking about it because you didn't like my answer. So you can't like Mott and Bailey this back and forth. Every time that you don't know how to continue your own interrogation, it doesn't mean that I'm not answering your questions.
No one cares about your Yelp review, okay, lady? Look, I asked you a question about
No
something
one
specific.
cares about your Yelp review, okay, lady? That was the double whammy right there. That was the elbow. That was the elbow into the uppercut. That's what that was. He said nobody cares, one, about your Yelp, two, and actually there's a third one, which is a headbutt. He grabs you and then, lady, that's what you hit him with. Nobody cares about your Yelp review, lady. Jeez. The triple hit. The wombo combo. That's what that was. Oh no. Nobody cares about your Yelp review, lady. I love the sexism at the end as well, lady. Just to remind you that this conversation is about feminism and you are indeed a woman. How about that? Did you know you're actually a femoid? You're a femoid, lady. Don't forget it. You hit him with the Naruto. And don't you forget it. Believe it, lady. Wait, am I going to pick something? Okay, let's pick this. Bro. Oh, I didn't attack. I didn't know I hadn't attacked with that.
You moved over to enforcement. I said I'm happy to talk about enforcement.
Doesn't mean, and you told me to stop talking about it because you didn't like my answer. So you can't like Mott and Bailey this back and forth.
I think he's looking at it at the caveman Andrew Wilson level. If a man walks up to a woman and asks for her money, they're not doing anything to stop it. I'm calling it. Not the femoid. Oh, this is a Siphon Soul. This is a Siphon Soul turn. You hit him with the free hit combo. Yelp review. Nobody cares, lady. Oof.
Every time that you don't know how to continue your own interrogation, it doesn't mean that I'm not answering your questions.
No one cares about your Yelp review, okay, lady? Look, I asked you a question about something specific and you moved over to enforcement. I said I'm happy to talk about enforcement, but I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about obligations under
let me
feminism.
ask you my question now. Can I ask you my question now?
Blank when I asked you, is there any obligations at all under feminism? Because that's a worldview, right? That's a worldview you're defending. There's no obligations.
So feminism isn't a hierarchical structure. This is the problem. You're conflating. Nope. So what you're doing is you're doing the sleight of hand where you're saying things like
you're back to meta.
I'm
you
not doing
arguments, just meta.
Well, the problem is that it's impossible to engage with you without addressing any of the meta because you're constantly doing a sleight of hand where you shift from talking about hierarchical obligations such as citizenry.
That's the thing. From when he spoke early on, I could already tell that the way he's engaging with the topic, it's limited. And in order to have a good faith, real exploration of what's being discussed, it needs to be opened up a bit. But he's going to interpret every form of opening up. He is going to interpret it as she is trying to not answer a question. She's avoiding. She's trying to use big words or whatever, right? It's quite unfortunate because I think Erudite is 100% correct on that. Let's go here. Like, this requires a bit more finesse than what he's giving it.
Can I finish my thoughts before I get interrupted?
Let her finish, please. Let her finish.
So there's no hierarchy?
Do I get to finish or do I? So no, feminism is not an erection. So for example, if you said matriarchies, we could talk about a matriarchy hierarchy,
what you
right?
saying? Feminism is not an erection? What? Is that like some poetic way to say, wait,
meta because you're constantly doing a sleight of hand where you shift from talking about hierarchical obligations such as citizenry. Can I finish my thoughts before I get interrupted?
Let her finish, please. Let her finish.
So there's no hierarchy?
Do I get to finish or do I? So no, feminism is not an erection. So for example, if you said matriarchies, we could talk about a matriarchy hierarchy, right? However, the issue is that what you're doing is you're talking about obligations and hierarchical systems, and then you're swapping that really quickly to say, see, feminism isn't establishing what obligations does it have. It's not a hierarchy. Feminism isn't a philosophical or political structure of hierarchy. It's about the empowerment of women. It's about increasing women's agency.
What does that mean, empowerment?
Well, if I think you're Christian, right? So what does it mean? What does it mean when God empowers you as a Christian?
Makes it a bit interesting.
We're not talking about a Christian view. We're asking
Can
about
you
your view.
answer my question? What does it mean?
No, I just asked you what is
feminism is. In my opinion, you have to work from his basement level understanding to her point instead of saying get on my level when there's no elevator insight. But I think she's trying to do that though. I think she's attempting to open up the conversation slowly to explore it in the way that it needs to be explored, but he keeps shutting her down. He keeps interrupting or claiming that her questions or the path that she's going down is irrelevant. I actually think she's trying to do what what you're recommending, but he's not allowing her to do it.
What does empowerment
Why can't?
mean
Why
under
do I have to
feminism?
answer your
Christian view
questions,
is
but you
fitness.
can't engage in my
A
questions? I don't
Christian-
understand.
You're unbelievable
Hold on,
amount of dodging here.
Well, you're just interrupting me all the time and not answering my
asked you
questions.
Can you
what does
clarify?
empowerment mean? You're like, what do you think it means? What are you talking about? I just asked you under your view, under feminism, what is empowerment? You're like, Jim Bob, are you Christian? No, that's not what we're talking about. What does empowerment
I am asking
mean?
you. I just follow me for a second. No, it's okay. We're all safe here. Okay. Do you believe? You asked me about empowerment. Jim Bob, I need you to control your
safe
emotions.
here?
I need you to stop
Hold on,
interrupting and control your emotions for just like 1 second. So you asked me about empowerment, and for looking for common ground, I said, well, you're a Christian. So what does it mean when God empowers you? That's what I'm asking you. Because I think we'll have a similar answer there.
I don't share that platitude, okay? That's not my theology. I don't go, God empowers me, okay? That's not even in my paradigm right now.
Do you think
So
that God gives you
your own
choice?
platitudes and bumper stickers apply to me, and it's a way for you to dodge the question. You said...
So you don't think that God empowers Christians?
I
have
said,
choice?
give me an example under feminism
I don't
of
think she
women
needs to
being
go down
empowered.
this path. I think she should just abandon like, oh, you're a Christian, I'm a Christian too. Let's find some common ground there, and then we can agree on a common ground, and then bring it back. I think he's just not in a frame of mind to allow any kind of religious concession to be brought into the picture. He's just tunnel visioned. He's a shark. There's blood in the water, and he's just aiming. He's swimming very linearly, and he's not changing direction. So I think she should just realize that, and she just has to play in his playground, at least for right now, rather than try to sidestep and bring another religious path into it or whatever.
Okay, that's not my theology. I don't go, God empowers me, okay? That's not even in my paradigm right now.
Do you think
so
that God gives you
your own
choice?
platitudes and bumper stickers apply to me, and it's a way for you to dodge the question. You said...
So you don't think that God empowers Christians?
I
have
said,
choice?
Give me an example under feminism of women being empowered. Is offing your offspring empowering under feminism?
So you don't believe that God empowers
You're not gonna
Christians
answer
to
a
make a
single
choice?
question.
I've answered multiple questions multiple times.
Would Jake and Ken like to kind of maybe
Let's
chime
pretend
in here?
let's pretend I'm a Satanist and I don't care about any empowerment for a second. Okay.
That is just great. I thought you were a Christian. I thought we had a common ground. I don't know why you're dodging the question. You can dodge the question, but we should go to Ken and Jake.
All right.
It's okay. You're okay, Jim Bob. We're safe.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in. I would like to know, Ken, how exactly is... So you're trying to tell me that if they took all of the men away and they took all of the men out of the IDF, then all of the women would be able to fight Hamas and Iran just fine?
The question was about an enforcement mechanism. And if you look at the police force in Israel right now, if you go through Ben Gurion Airport, it is 90% female, and they do a hell of a job. You do not want to take on...
Because they're patting people...
Just how theoretical your arguments are, your worldview is.
Theoretical?
Jake,
just pointing to an airport.
Please let him finish.
You're referring to a philosopher who was born 120 years ago as your basis for explaining feminism. That's just not the world we live in today.
That's when feminism began.
The reality is, when you look at women's role in the military, for example, on the front lines, and my guess is y'all haven't been within 20 clicks of an actual trench or an actual fight. I've actually been
Make an argument.
And
wow.
I've put my life in the hands of women who have saved it on more than one occasion. I would do it again. And there are plenty of examples throughout history, in society even today. Go back to, Boudicca taking on the Romans and beating them in Great Britain, up to the women...
With an army of men?
And up to the women in Israel today who, I would put the lionesses against Hamas any day. I've seen that up close in Ukraine. The most feared units in some of those areas at the front are female units. And look...
See, this guy gets it. He's arguing the point they're trying to make. Yeah, I guess he's more directly responding. The issue though is that they're just not going to agree with him. Like they're just not. It's like he's saying all these things about the women that he's worked with and what they're capable of, and in their minds, it's such an impossibility that they're either going to think that he's lying, or say that he's lying, or just ignore it, or just say that it can't be happening. Based on what we know about women and based on our experience of like women in leadership or whatever, like what you're saying is an exaggeration. It's probably what they're gonna say.
I think that you're great at the theory. You're great at bringing up the philosophers who are 120 years old, but in terms of real experience, go live a little. Go talk to an actual woman. This idea that women are somehow
emotional.
What is this, part of your journal?
This idea that women are somehow unable to do both. Look, I've got 3 kids, right? And I'm a feminist, married to a feminist. If your sole objective of like the woman's role in society is
He said, "I'm a feminist, married to a feminist," and somebody did that. Somebody hit him with the loser. Did you hear that? I'm a feminist. I'm a feminist married to a feminist. Yo, honestly, that one reaction, that's how you know this whole debate is a clown fest. This whole debate is a childish. Yeah, this is not to be taken seriously. Oh no. Somebody said I'm a feminist married to a feminist. Loser. Wait, say it
I got
again.
3 kids, right? And I'm a feminist, married to a feminist. If your sole objective of like the
And it was the Christian guy. It was apparently the Christian guy as well. Jim Bob. Oh no. They hit the eject button because he used reality to destroy their worldview. That snicker at the end.
the woman's role in society is procreating, we're managing to do both. So I'm bringing in actual experience on top of your theory to prove the point.
Whose word
know what
wins?
we're talking about in the real world.
Whose word wins in the house with you? Your
Allow
wife
me
or you?
to make a clarification here. Anecdotal usually
I
doesn't.
like the pivot though. I like the pivot. Like, okay, so he brought up an example of women like kicking us out in the world, in the military, in roles of leadership, and then he pivots to the, but in your house, who gets the final say? This is what I learned from Fresh and Fit. Myron Gaines, not Walter Weeks, because he doesn't really say much, but Myron Gaines told me that in the house though, what about the house though? Why not just begin with that? Why not just come out the gate and just ask him like, listen, yeah, you're a feminist and your wife is a feminist, but at the end of the day, who makes the rules in the house? Why not just start there instead of pivoting there when he actually answers your questions? That's, yeah, this is hate to see it.
Work very well in terms of a debate, Ken. So
pivot is
I
admitting
have an
you as well,
appreciation for
exactly.
experience and anecdotal, stories and so on and so forth. But as far as like making an argument goes, it doesn't really get anywhere in terms of a debate is formed.
Let's take it back to the topic. Feminism is good for society. The question is, does Ken know some tough chicks? Would you agree,
Sure.
Ken, that a good
Fair.
society requires law and order?
Absolutely. I've been
Okay.
part of enforcing.
Oh, no,
the
no,
law
we
and
don't need
order.
a big story, dude. Stop.
Well, Bob, you should be able to control your emotions enough that you can stay in your seat and keep your mouth shut when he's talking. The man is talking. You can control yourself.
I'm going
you can
to
breathe.
separate the two of you if you don't.
The man is talking. She questioned his masculinity. She said, I see a man over there. That man is talking. How about you stop? Lower man, lesser man, peasant man. Ooh. Honestly, he deserves it though, because he's been coming out swinging, laughing at the fact that he said he's married to a feminist, just all kinds of, calling her lady, telling her that she made a Yelp review. Like, yeah, the gloves are off now,
Stop.
I'm trying to run a line of argument, and
You're
doing
interrupting.
It's tree surgery. You got to start chopping down from the top, then get to the root. Yep.
The moderator
Ken
too.
thing, right? You guys save each other.
Well, you're interrupting
okay?
the moderator.
You
You're
guys
interrupting
can't
me.
even-
You're
you can't
interrupting
even
Ken.
follow a
I get
basic
it. I
argument.
get it. You're the Andrew Wilson
even do-
clone. You took his models.
Okay, let me.
argument.
I knew.
She said he's the Andrew Wilson Kagebunshin. She said you're Andrew Wilson shadow clone. If I flick you in your forehead, you're just gonna pooey, pooey, gonna disappear. You know the sound that the shadow clones make when they disappear. Poof. That's the sound he's gonna make. You are just a shadow clone.
The two of you would be definitely at each other's throats. So let me just make some clarifying points here. The interruptions don't help. I know I said this before. If somebody isn't getting there, you got to let them spit it out, and then we can intervene as we need to, but try not to interrupt. We want to be able to make our point. So if you could I will tell him to land the plane if I need to. I will get there, but the interruptions don't help.
I want to continue with the Israel and the airport.
said Andrew
So,
Wilson.
Ken,
Yeah.
what exactly is your claim here? You're saying that the women are the enforcement arm of the IDF in Israel?
Yeah, my claim is, well, you're conflating the IDF with the airport enforcement, but that's beside the point. My claim is that feminism.
So you're
allows
talking about the people who pat people
society-
down?
Sorry, say that. I didn't hear you.
So then you're talking about the people who pat you down at the airport and put you through the electrical machines?
Well, and stop the terrorists from blowing up planes.
Do they? Do they stop them
So-
all with force? They're diving.
So
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
What about
name
on the
last
front
time
lines?
a
'Cause
terrorist
I'm
took
sure-
over an El Al
Do they
plane.
need to stop them all for them
I'm
to
sure
be
that
valid?
you're aware, Ken, that they're currently fighting a war. What kind of an involvement do women have in that war?
Pretty significant, especially when it comes to the checkpoints and
So
making
now,
sure. I mean, look, I'm not an
the
expert
problem here,
on-
right? I'm glad that this guy answered this question because I think it is important for the Captain America up here for his claims to be, for his defeat of his claims to be held to the fire, right? Because because now he's gonna ask him. It's like he brought up Fuck deadline. I should have. Damn it. He brought up examples of women kicking ass and that being a good example of feminism. But now he's gonna question how true that is, or how often it happens, or what is the percentage, right? Sure, some women, some percentage of the women do that in the IDF or in the Israeli armed forces, but for the most part, who is going to be getting the results, or who is, what gender is going to be doing the maximized performances, right? Like it's going to be the men. So now he's going to force him to admit that, and then if he does admit that, which he should, it's going to make his entire opening statement look like just lip service and a waste of time. And then that's going to make his credibility look absolutely, beneath nothing. So let's see what happens.
What kind of an involvement do women have in that war?
Pretty significant, especially when it comes to the checkpoints and making sure. I mean, look, I'm not an expert on the IDF. I am an expert on the U.S. military and the role of women in Afghanistan, for example, on the front lines, or in Ukraine right now. I can absolutely speak with a fair amount of authority on that. And look, women have a absolutely vital role to play, and I think the best way to prove this.
So what is their role, though? Like, what exactly is their role?
Oh, good question.
The best way to prove the point is give you the example of what happens when you don't allow the best in society to fill those roles. You have an army like
That's not my question. It's not my question.
That's what you meant
again and again. And look, some of the best pilots I flew with were women.
Dude, this is anecdotal, Ken. It's a really weak argument. Can we stick to the argument that we're talking about? We're talking about Israel right now, and you're saying that your claim before was essentially that if you look around Israel, that the women are the enforcement arm. Was that your claim, or were you just saying that they pat you down at the airport?
My claim was that their security, what keeps Israeli travelers safe, is women, and that is a very dangerous environment.
Now he's expounding.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure his claim was that
fighting on the front line.
He made it sound like Israeli women were doing a lot, like were contributing to the front line, or like he wasn't talking about. I don't think he mentioned airports, and I don't think he mentioned anything about being patted down and stopping potential terrorists from blowing up a plane or something. So now that his ideology is being challenged, now it's looking peak for this guy. It's looking peak for me as well. Let's go with this. I need to survive. Let's not draw. We can't afford that.
Israeli travelers safe is women, and that is a very dangerous environment.
Okay, and then who do you think is fighting on the front lines in the current war that they've got at the moment when they're going into Gaza and doing ground invasions in Gaza? Is it men or is it women?
It's men and women. Again, I would rather speak to something
equal.
Probably not equal. No, definitely not equal.
Well, we're being charitable here because Israel probably does have the largest amount of women because they have women get conscripted, but it's mostly in support roles. And if you look at the death toll, there's been 891 deaths of the IDF during this war, and 757 of them have been men.
Oof.
Yeah, men serve in disproportionate numbers, but it is to the strength of Israeli society. It is to the strength of Israeli society that they are able to pick the best people for those really difficult missions. And feminism allows women to have those opportunities and defend Israeli society. Without it, you get weaker societies like Afghanistan, like Iran. And
Israel is an example where they actually get conscripted, but they get conscripted into support roles, right?
Well,
so if you look at other countries where it's not conscription, these women actually don't even volunteer for the army. It's all men who do it. And you're talking about US. Let's talk about something that you.
So in Ukraine,
sure. Let's talk about. Okay, well, let's just talk about something that you're really familiar with.
Through the roof. And
what's the death toll?
Women volunteering for frontline roles, Ukraine would have been rolled over.
I've seen them making the TikToks. I've seen it. So what's the death toll in Ukraine, men to women?
I don't know.
Well, we've already granted. Well, he's already granted.
Much less than 1%.
Well, everyone here, I don't think anyone here would say, for example, that men don't disproportionately represent military. Like, nobody's arguing with you on that, Jake. I think the more pertinent question that Ken is posing is, if the best person for every position in the military is a man, why are militaries that are all men dog shit, like North Korea or Hamas?
Mm-hmm. What? How do you determine their dog shit? What do you mean? How
do you think that Hamas and North Korea are?
That was a claim. Wait, huh? I need to wheel that one up and figure out how did she... What is she doing? Why would you set yourself up like this? Why would you ever try to claim that militaries that mostly have men are dog shit? That's a blunder. Wait, hold on. Doesn't matter. I'm pretty much dead, so I should have went face anyway. Yeah, that's I'm not sure. Yeah, that was an overreach. I don't know what she's doing. Why would you give them something easy to smack down? Yeah, that was as soon as that flew out of her mouth, I'm just bad
Proportionally
move.
represent military. Like nobody's arguing with you on that, Jake. I think the more pertinent question that Ken is posing is if the best person for every position in the military is a man, why are militaries that are all men dog shit like North Korea or Hamas?
What?
What
How
are
do
you
you
talking
determine
about?
their dog shit? What do you mean? How do you measure
Do you
that?
think that Hamas and North Korea are excellent military systems?
Yeah, but if they're not, it's not because they're all men. No, well, what are you doing? Not like this. Not like this.
How are you measuring? You made the claim. Don't ask me. You're the one who made the claim.
Okay, I think just by looking at it.
How did you measure? No, wait, hold on. No.
Just by looking at
North
it.
Korea is notably
Stop saving her.
Okay, Jim Bob, do you think that the North Korean army is super strong and capable and powerful and worth fearing, or do you think the American military is better?
You're not helping. The answer is going to be yes, but it's not because of the men and women distinction. I mean, that's probably going to play a role, but oh no, that's the knuckles. Oh no.
I've not gone into gauging that, but you made a statement that you did. So
Do you think that
I'm asking how did
Hamas
you
could
determine
compete with America?
that? You keep asking me a question based on your claim. Is that your tactic?
Yeah,
you made
I
a
guess it
claim.
is.
Yeah, it is your tactic.
Well, I'm incredulous, right? I think it's pretty silly to even ask me this. It's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious that North Korea and Hamas and Eritrea are garbage. Pretty obvious.
You just say shit, and then when you're asked, how do you verify that? You say, well, what do you think?
Well, I thought we
Right?
weren't
That's
talking
your
about the
whole thing.
meta anymore, Jim Bob.
Nice work. Let's get back to the topic.
Well, why are you dodging the
name
question
one
so
way-
much?
Name one way in America. How
He should slap. This should be. This how you know he's not a good debater or not a good. Just what's the word they use? The big brain word. He's not a good interlocutor, right? Because he could have just easily he could have. You don't even need to iframe that. He can just face tank what Erudite said, slap it down, and make her look silly. But he's like frothing around, as if that's not an easy thing to just shoot down.
is feminism good for society? That's the topic.
Great.
Oh my God, she is undoing all her partner's good work. He had them cornered, and then she's opened the back door.
Give you a way. It
He
allows
unleashed
the
the
best
hounds.
people to be.
Name one way in America. How is feminism good for society? That's the topic.
Great. I'll give you a way. It allows the best people to be able to, and in some cases they're women, to be able to contribute that talent to society. And I think the military, which is my source of experience, is a phenomenal example of that. America has the best military in the world. I defy you to name another military, say perhaps Ukraine, that can.
Do we have the best Navy SEALs, you think?
And it's because we allow the best people
That's great.
to fill those roles, and sometimes they happen to be women.
Well,
feminism isn't about making sure that there is 50-50 representation. So that whole argument
I don't really.
Israel and Ukraine is just a canard. Feminism isn't about 50-50 representation. It's about making sure you afford the opportunity for the best people to fill those roles. And America is a great example of that working incredibly well. Ukraine is a great example of that working incredibly well. And they are
How is it
kicking
good for
Russia's ass.
society we're talking about.
Well, it defends society when you have a better military. I guarantee you.
Is it better
that
military?
feminism in
It's not
America
just the military
has
though.
allowed us
This
to be
guy, I mean, his swan song, I guess, is just talking about the military. But it's fair to ask him about like the greater society, right? Like or other aspects of society, because not everything is about the military and the armed forces.
Is it good for society we're talking about.
Well, it defends society when you have a better military. I guarantee you.
Is it better
that
military?
feminism in America has allowed us to build a military
up, brother.
that can,
Dude,
you know,
it's
kick
unbelievable.
Iran's
Well, he
ass
keeps
and take
getting
Afghanistan.
interrupted, so it does make it longer, and then I can't say anything because you've already
You said the
interrupted
same
him too
point
many
5
times.
times.
So
Well, you could just
I
tell them to
hear
stop
you.
interrupting, right? Like if men are
Please,
supposed to be
yes.
the calm ones, it's a little insane that the people who are interrupting the least are the two women on the panel.
More
Like
meta. You're really good at meta.
Okay, all right.
you seem
settle
very
down.
afraid of it, Jim Bob. So
Pretty much all you do.
I
Pretty much all you do.
cannot.
I answer your questions, Jim.
Jim Bob. I cannot ask him to land his plane because you have interrupted him 5 times. If you let me seep my way in, I can, but you keep interrupting, so I have to let him continue. Ken, if you could land the plane, that would be great. Thank you.
Societies that embrace feminism, which allows the best
Guys,
people
look at
in
these
those
donos.
societies
Look at the money they're
to-
spending. Okay.
to achieve
I need some donos.
those
Let's go.
to fill those roles are better than societies that don't. And the proof is in how you match up these militaries. The ones that have a feminist basis crush the ones that don't every time.
Wait, what? You're saying that feminism is good for societies because the military with more women crush the all men militaries? Is that what you're saying?
The militaries that provide fair opportunities for people to fill those roles based on merit and talent are better militaries.
Yeah, but he's
Okay, so
asking
you're
you about
just pointing to
society.
the fairness aspect, not the performance aspect.
What?
Well, fairness leads to the standards are kept, and
They are.
the opportunity is afforded to men and women alike. And if you achieve the standard, you get the best people out of society that way.
I'm going to start
So,
working
so
on
if
your
I'm
list.
in a trench with a choice of 3 men or 3 women, you're saying I could choose either?
No, that's not what he's saying. Oh, at least, come on, man. At least engage. This question now is just gonna reset everything. It's not moving. It's not. Just absorb what he said. Okay, cool. With feminism and how it would work in the military, or how he would like it to work, is it just allows for more of the best people to be chosen. Great. We should be able to move on from there because that should be agreeable generally. But now he's going to go and specifically ask about a situation such as trench warfare and be like, oh, hey, Captain America, if you were in the trench, if you were in World War One, World War Two doing trench warfare, and you only got 3 soldiers with you and you have to pick, do you want to live in a world where your 3 soldiers are men or 3 soldiers are women? Like in this hyper specific example, yes, he's probably going to say, I would feel more likely to be safe with 3 men. But this now just evades the entire point that he's making, and we're circling the drain on something that is just not worth exploring. It's so limited.
In a trench with a choice of 3 men
Caveman.
or
Wait, I need to voice
3
note you real
women,
quick. Yeah,
you're
no
saying
worries.
I could choose either?
I think a cockpit is probably a better analogy, but sure, if they meet the standard,
No, it's not a
you
better
want the
analogy
best
because you have to be
people.
able to carry people out of war zones. You have to be able to do all sorts of physical
the
labor
19th.
inside of a war zone. We're not talking about flying a cockpit or flying a drone from Burbank, California,
Sure, we are.
right?
That's modern warfare. That's
What? No.
absolutely how wars are fought these days. And maybe if you listen a little more, you'd learn that. But when you
Your
afford women
argument
the
is that
opportunity
because okay,
to
okay.
to apply for those roles, you get the best people, and that makes society stronger.
How does it make society stronger?
Because when there's more
Well,
people
I think
competing,
you
there's
have to
more
defend the
meritocracy.
society in order to strengthen it.
Wait, what? But no, that doesn't tell me how it makes society stronger.
Do you not think
What's
that
a strong
meritocracy
society?
is good,
A
Jim
good
Bob?
military strengthens society because it protects society.
Well, no, you can have a
Is
strong
Erudite
military to
muted? Is
protect
she-
a really
does she not know she's
shitty,
muted or
broken
what?
society. That doesn't even follow.
Sure, but you can't
She's
have
just
a
getting ignored because she's a
society
woman.
that is strong that cannot defend
Feminism.
itself.
Right,
Save us.
and that goes to our point. You can't defend yourself without wholly dependent on men. In other words, if you swapped all the men in the IDF, there's 65% men in the IDF, and the rest is women, and probably some ambiguity in between. So if you wouldn't swap them with women and say, oh, it's no problem, right?
Yeah, well, I think you're misunderstanding the argument that feminism makes. You're assuming it's arguing for a full replacement of men, or even
I didn't say
like
that.
parity,
Dude.
50-50
Stop.
men and
I
women.
didn't say
What
that.
it argues
I said,
is that
stop.
women
Oh my
are.
gosh, dude, this filibustering is insane. You
The
just go on this.
interruptions are insane.
No,
Do
dude,
I get to make my point,
no,
or are you going to
no, you
interrupt
get to
every single
talk.
time?
No, you're
to
talking.
try to make my point.
Okay,
Dude,
all
you're
right,
talking like
all right,
700
all
words
right.
per my 30. That wasn't, you just straw man what I said.
Offer
okay?
offer the clarification, Jim Bob.
I just basically said this, right? Isn't it the case that you couldn't? I didn't say you would or you should. I'm not saying you're thinking you should. I'm saying could you swap out all of the males from your view, all of the males in the army with women, and it would be equal?
Of course not, but that's not the argument
Why not?
feminism is making.
Well, I didn't say you're making any arguments.
And
guys
why are you
actually don't
asking
have
about
any
this?
arguments.
Well, of course we have
So
arguments. The problem is that you won't answer questions, you won't follow a line of dialogue.
start
So, like,
working on your
nobody
list.
has ever
You
said
won't
that
even
all
admit it.
women
No, no, no.
militaries is what would be
We're
the best
dodging.
situation.
We're
That's not what
dodging.
feminism
We're
is saying. There's no dodging that's happened. Jim Bob, the only
Yeah.
person who's refused to
We're
answer
getting-
questions is yourself,
getting to-
right? You
yeah,
haven't
right,
even,
yeah,
for
right.
example, established how
It's-
feminism
Lady,
is
I
a
have the clips of
hierarchy.
you dodging questions.
How
okay? So
is,
look,
what is empowerment?
relevant?
You can't answer
How
that
is it
question.
relevant? How is it relevant?
All of it
This
is
why it's
relevant.
relevant.
All of it can
Right,
be
it's
relevant.
I'm telling you how it's relevant. Society requires law and order. A good society requires law and order. You guys agree? Law and order relies on predominantly men, okay? Women can't collectively defend their own rights, correct?
So who are you?
Who are you
Can
addressing?
women collectively defend their own rights, yes or no?
No,
I've
nobody is
seen plenty of
advocating for an
examples of that,
only
sure.
woman
What?
military.
What? Excuse me? You're both talking. One of you at a
No
time.
one is advocating for a women-only
That
military.
didn't answer my question. Let's go
It
to Ken, since
absolutely
you don't
answers
wanna
your
answer
question.
questions.
I'm sure there are
Ken,
plenty of examples of women.
Let's give me
advocating
one
for their
example of a collective of women who either took rights from people or defended their own rights.
Okay, one sec.
I don't know. This
Yeah, this debate is just imploding on itself.
So he can win this argument. And you know, when I said about Andrew Wilson, he makes these same arguments. When I was saying about you have to argue from their like basement understanding and then kind of work up, like you said, he is trying to make it out that men are stronger. You're never gonna want a woman like in your defense when it comes to strength in a time of war or whatever. Right? All you say is, well, there is no reason a sharpshooter, a sniper, is better when they're a man. There's no inherent like biological thing that makes a man a better sharpshooter. So if I could pick 3 men or 3 women with a weapon, that's equal.
Um, I don't agree. I don't agree with what I'm about to say, but I've heard military people make the argument that there is some kind of like there is some kind of biological benefit that even something like stationary shooting, like sitting on a roof and aiming and shooting, I have heard some arguments to say that even that would matter because I mean maybe it's not going to matter as much as like trench warfare, sure, but I've heard some arguments to say that there is some aspect of male biology that will make just a man generally more skillful at that. I'm not saying it's true, but I'm just saying that I've heard military people make that argument, and so I don't even know if that would be the slam dunk attack.
Or 3 women
I'm not actually sure.
with a weapon, that's equal because they can both be equally powerful with a weapon. So yeah, cool. I'll pick the 3 women or 3 men. It doesn't make a difference. Like
It's similar to it's similar to like it's similar to like well when it was told to me or when I heard it, I understood it because it felt similar to even things like esports and video games, right? Things like StarCraft, professional Street Fighter, like high level video gaming. Sometimes when you look at when you ask yourself why is it the case that most pro players are men and that and obviously there is some aspect of socialization and that like generally speaking women are not video games being something that boys do generally for the longest time in society, right? Like that aspect does play into it, and more women are not really gonna point themselves in the direction of playing games at that level, or even having the interest to do it. But there are some people who also analyze like the mind and like perhaps that there is something about the male mind versus the female mind that makes the male mind more applicable or able to perform better at these kinds of things that don't involve big physicality and stuff like that. Isn't that because it was a man's space? That's why that's part of it. Yeah, like partly men are more socialized. It's more socially acceptable for men to play video games. True, and that's why that's going to play into it as well. Why there's not as much women, but even then, right? Like there are a lot of women who even if you just take fighting games, there are a lot of women who play fighting games or first person shooters um, or whatever other competitive games there are, right? Like RTSs, things like StarCraft and that. And sure, there's more men that are available to be able to outperform, but I can't recall. I'm sure you won't be able to recall as well, like how often that there are women champions in any of these games. You know, even in Japan, right? Like where there's a lot more female like women gamers in Japan. Like there's a bunch of women that play Tekken and Street Fighter and stuff in Japan, and a lot of them are very good. But how often do you see them in the top 8, right? So I'm not saying that therefore there's something in the male human brain that makes them better than women. But I'm just using that as an example to say that these are the kind of arguments that a military person might make when asked about the sniper question. Kayane is the Evo champion. Oh yeah, Kayane's one. Kayane's one, yeah. Um so yeah, I'm sure there are more than her, but yeah, I think Kayane is probably the only Evo champion that I've heard of that's a woman.
you said, the other guy is trying to make it out like, oh, you'll pick the men because they're stronger. But in the situation where you have a weapon, it's equal.
Yeah. And yeah, generally I agree though. Like there's going to be plenty, especially in the military, right? Like that's why his question was so stupid. Like, oh, if you're in a trench, it's like, sure, in a trench, but there are so many other aspects of warfare that it's not going to boil down to being in a trench, especially now with how much drones are being used and technology, right? The chances of trench warfare is never. It's not going to happen. It's probably never going to happen ever again in history. Like this, if World War III breaks out, the amount of conflicts that will be decided, or considerable amount of the conflict will be traversing trench warfare. It's just not going to happen. So it's just a dumb question that doesn't take reality into it doesn't consider reality, you know.
The suffragette movement was pretty
Oh,
effective at,
great. Yeah, let's get into this.
gaining their own
Yeah.
at gaining their rights.
Really? Oh, really? Did they use force to do that, or did it require men to do that?
They actually used
Honestly,
force and
not
peaceful
an expert
protest.
on the suffragette movement.
No, it required men. And here's the other thing about the suffragettes, Ken. All of the women, the majority of the women, were actually against the suffragette movement. In fact, the suffragette movement actually thwarted the showing up of the women to vote against being able to get the vote. They actually shut them down. So not only are you ignorant to the suffragette movement, that it was primarily anti women voting, was against the movement. And in the end, guess what, Ken? Any policy you think is progress, you and Erudite think is progress, anything you find is progressive and feminist friendly relies wholly on a disparity between the obligations of men and women. What we're pointing to is you haven't presented one good thing for
10 minutes to timer.
She's in a nightclub now. What is happening?
From a feminist view, the obligations of men and women. What we're pointing to is you haven't presented one good thing for society from a feminist view.
That's because you haven't listened to a word we've said.
You said the military. No, I debunked you.
Wait, hold on. We've established multiple things, right? I started this out. Yeah, I gave you one immediately, which I said the innovation scale. It increases the innovation scale by 50%, which is good for GDP.
The innovation.
Yeah, but this is just a graph go up. This is just a graph go up
scare,
argument,
my bad.
Erudite. And if you don't actually have a labor force, if you have a declining birth rate, then you actually can't develop a labor force, and you've got to bring it all in from the third world.
So I'm super curious, Jake. Do you think that America would be nearly as dominant if it didn't allow women into its workforce?
Do you think it would be nearly as dominant? Yeah, I think it would.
You think that if it was
just a
only
dominant
men and every other country allowed women in, but we didn't, that we would be the dominant hegemonic global force?
The answer to that has to be no. What do you mean it would be just as dominant? The answer has to be no. Come on. Don't do this. Not like this.
Oh, there would probably be some sort of social restructuring. It couldn't just happen overnight. I mean, women are so deeply embedded into the labor force right now and into the workforce that it wouldn't be able to happen overnight.
So let's say we can go back in time in the 60s, right? When women are first starting to enter the workforce, 40s to 60s. Do you think that China would have been able to outcompeted us when it allowed women in if we refused to?
What do you mean?
Do you think that the GDP of America would have rose as aggressively and competitively without
Please say no. Please say no.
50% of a labor infusion if every other country was infusing that labor into its workforce?
Maybe. I'm not too sure.
Just concede something. Just give something. Come on. Just give some ground. You're fine. You giving that ground doesn't mean you've lost. The debate continues. There's still things to explore. Just give her that at least. Him not saying yes to that, him saying maybe is such a... He's just like limboing his way through it. Like, oh, I'm not going to answer. I'll say maybe to make it look like I'm being good faith, but just give her the ground. The debate goes on. You haven't lost, bro. Come on.
Without 50% of a labor infusion if every other country was infusing that labor into its workforce?
10 toes.
Maybe. I'm not too sure.
You really think that if we just didn't allow 50% of our workforce, that we would somehow, America would be the global hegemon? How?
Asking him a question
We
and
don't
being
really know that.
incredulous about the question isn't an argument. You're just basically.
You know what?
arguing
You're
from-
right,
from
Jim Bob.
incredulity.
I don't need to make an argument against that.
you're
Jake made it
arguing-
himself.
All you do is
I think, Jim Bob, I think
you don't really think that, right? That's an argument, okay? Are you
it's
making
just a
affirmative
style.
claim?
Hold on, Jim Bob. I think it's just a style of speaking, the way she's asking questions. It would be
Biting
it's the
bullets
same way
now,
you're
chewing
asking
a
questions. She's
crowbar.
just formulating them differently. That's all. That's all.
Yeah, I'd like to hear the argument though. What do you think? Do you think that it wouldn't have?
Yeah, I think with not allowing 50% of an increase in global workforce compared to every other country allowing that 50% increase, America would have been decimated. There's no world that we would have competed in any way GDP if we had 50% less of a labor workforce than every other.
That's such an easy thing to concede. Just concede to that. That's like economically provable, scientifically provable, historically provable, like economic. There's so many ways to see that is the case, right? Just concede that.
Other country. That would be really bad.
Why is Jim Bob's face looking like he just smelt the most potent lemon in the world? Why? Man's like how? What is this fair question? How dare she ask a fair question that I should concede to? Fix your face, bro. What do you mean? What do you mean? Looking like Mr. Bean times 5, bro. Come on, man.
There's no world that we would have competed in any way GDP if we had 50%
What is
less of the labor
happening?
workforce than every.
Wait, that was slippery from Erudite. No, not at all. Wait, how? She's just asking them, do you not agree that do you not see, or do you think that if America hadn't added to its workforce by adding women to the workforce the same way that most other countries did, do you really think that America would still have been able to be as economically competitive as the rest of the world? And he's screw facing, like, you know what I mean? Like he's in what's that zone in Sonic? Is it Sonic 2? Metal not chemical plant. I'm gonna have to Google it now. Sonic 2 zones. How do I not remember this zone? Mystic Cave. Metropolis Zone, yeah. Metropolis Zone, it's got all the screws and the gears turning. He's screw facing like he's living in that zone, bro. He's living in Metropolis Zone. Oh, that is the nightclub. Wait, what's going on here? How can you streaming in a nightclub,
That's all. That's all.
Yeah, I'd like to hear the argument though. What do you think? Do you think that it wouldn't have?
Yeah, I think with not allowing 50% of an increase in global workforce compared to every other country allowing that 50% increase, America would have been decimated. There's no world that we would have competed in any way GDP if we had 50% less of the labor workforce than every other country.
Like that is a very reasonable, like, that's a very measured exploration of what very likely would have happened had America not done that, right? And they're looking at her like, huh? What are you talking about? What do you mean?
That would be really bad.
I had to voice note. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, double check, but I think when she asked the guy the question, she said, if all the women were men, do you think it would make a difference? Or do you think it would be better or worse? That is very different to saying,
I
oh,
don't think
if you
that's
took
what
away.
if that's what she asked, that was probably in a response to a different question. What she's asking now is a completely different line of reasoning. I don't think she's changing it to make it out like the first question she asked is now the same as what she's asking now, but she's like being slippery. I don't want to rewind too far back though, because I think it's quite clear to me that this is a different question.
The women. Do you see what I'm saying? So if she
I'll go back 30 seconds, but this is a very different question that she's addressing, or that she's bringing up.
It's the same way you're asking questions. She's just formulating them differently. That's all. That's all.
Yeah, I'd like to hear the argument though. What do you think? Do you think that it wouldn't have?
Yeah, I think with not allowing 50% of an increase in global workforce compared to every other country allowing that 50% increase, America would have been decimated. There's no world that we would have competed in any way GDP if we had 50% less of the labor workforce than every other country. That would be really bad.
Yeah, I mean, but like you look at it right now, and the birth rate is plummeting to the ground, and you've got to import the entire third world in order to actually sustain your labor market. You
Yeah,
see
I mean,
this
I think
in
that's
Canada, where you're from, Erudite.
Sure, that's bad though, right? You and I can both agree that declining birth rates is bad. That has nothing to do with my argumentation that
exactly.
women
But
entering the
that
workforce
has a lot
was good
to
for
do with feminism,
GDP.
though.
Yeah, but this is
Yeah,
you're
but this
not
has a lot to do with feminism.
sure. So we can go into that separately, but first we have to tackle the GDP question. So do you have any other reason as to why women entering the workforce isn't good for GDP? Or do you agree with me? Do you, hold on, Jim Bob. Hold on, Jim Bob. Let Jake answer. He can do it.
Went up,
Or
right,
not.
dude? Look, no, this is a debate, okay? So not so everybody. When you shove all the women under the guise of liberation from the home into the workforce, what does it do? It saturates the work market. It actually shows a trend of the amount of pay that everyone gets and goes down because you're just throwing the women out of the home, right? Their obligations is no longer to raise children, have children, make good humans for the next generation. It's to go chase shit. And what happens is you just load all the people in, right? And then what do we have now? We have a saturated market that you call a really great workforce, right?
Yeah,
No,
I
it's
think the
not.
American GDP workforce is incredible.
Who cares what you think?
Oh, sorry.
It doesn't matter because if
Every
you
single
saturate-
respected economist, every single geopolitical leader, every single person in the entire world would agree that the American
And they're all in
GDP
debt,
is
right? It's great and
incredible.
they're all in debt.
Okay, I guess
Right,
maybe
and
you don't
everyone's in
like
debt.
America. I think America is incredible.
So
I
are
think its
you in
GDP
debt?
is impressive.
Are you in debt?
Yes, it's also in debt, and that has nothing to
in
do with
debt?
its GDP.
Are you in debt?
No, I am not in debt.
Okay, so when you look at women who go through college and then they're all in debt, and you're like,
Sorry, what does this have to do with
kick-ass.
anything? What does this have to do with
It has to
anything?
do what is the topic of the debate?
Well,
there,
it feels like you're
Erudite?
dodging my GDP argumentation to
this
just move
guy's-
into
this
debt
guy's
because you
just-
can't
You're
handle
saying
it.
one thing that you can look at the number and say that good, and we're not talking.
Well, you can't
about the
establish why
society
it's
on
not
its own.
good, right?
what you could, can you manipulate the GDP? Can it be other variables? Could you possibly know all the variables that contribute to the GDP?
Yeah, there are other factors.
You know all of them? You know all of them?
I don't know all of them off of the top of my head. Do you know all of them?
So what is it better for
Jim Bob,
the
do you know
GDP
all of the factors that contribute to
He's not
GDP?
gonna answer.
No, you're the one making the claim. So
I'm not making a claim that I know everything about the GDP. I'm saying that when women enter the workforce and you increase the workforce by 50%, it increases your GDP. This is obvious, right?
yeah, who cares if everyone's in debt?
Well,
And they get paid shit.
well,
What's the point?
debt is a tool, right? The issue with like
I
modern.
didn't ask you what you think debt is.
Well,
said,
I didn't say what I
good is it
think
for
debt is. I
society?
said what debt is. Debt is a tool, right?
This
So
guy's
while
a
I
master
agree that, for example, the
hand
fact that we're paying more interest.
It's like, okay, yeah, it is good that women joining the workforce contributed to the country's GDP raising, but it doesn't matter because the country's in debt. It's like, well, okay, but the country being in debt or a lot of people being in debt doesn't change or disregard the reality that the women joining was part of the reason why the country was able to flourish. The country flourished, and then there is now a debt issue, or like the debt issue is not an extension of women or a problem with feminism. That's a separate issue, or there's other things to be explored, right? Like, man got Mr. Mime jazz hands with this waving. Mr. Mime.
Interest payments than we are for like buying into our military is really bad.
Mime.
Debt in and of itself isn't bad, and GDP isn't really in relationship
Has
to
debt
this.
gone up since?
So has our
debt? Yes or no? Yes or no? Has debt gone up for women since they entered the workforce?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, cool. Is that good?
It's neutral. Debt is neutral. It can be
it's
bad and it
neutral.
can be
It's
bad.
totally neutral being in
Yes,
debt and
debt
not
is
being
typically
reported.
neutral. So, for
Okay,
example,
okay, cool.
maybe I could outline this to you. So, one of the reasons why debt can be really beneficial, for example, is in an era of inflation. So, when inflation happens, every single dollar is worth less, like tomorrow and the next year. Which is why if you have $1,000 of debt right now, a year from now, that $1,000 of debt is literally worth less. Which is why the richest people on the planet, like Elon Musk and whatnot, constantly work through debt. They consolidate debt, they move it between accounts, but debt is absolutely a way that you manage money and income. I didn't say debt is all good. I said debt can be good.
It can be good. Can debt be really bad too? Or,
Yeah, of course.
You said it's neutral, so now you're in a contradiction.
No, I said debt is a
You said
tool.
neutral.
It's neutral.
debt
It
is
can be.
neutral.
No, I said it's neutral, which means it can be good and it can be bad.
No, that would mean it's neither good or bad.
Yeah.
So I guess we can get semantics.
True,
I'll
just concede
update
that,
my
like,
statement. Sure.
Semantics
You
on
wanna
what the
be
word
hyper-
Sure.
neutral
Debt
means?
is a tool, is what I initially said. The debt as a tool can be used for.
I'm glad that she should probably be more clear. Just like, okay, yeah, sure. All right, neutral does mean that. This is what I really mean. Move on. Don't try to pin me to that.
Debt is a
You said
tool.
neutral.
It's neutral.
debt
It
is
can be.
neutral.
No, I said it's neutral, which means it can be good and it can be bad.
No, that
So-
would mean it's neither good or bad.
Yeah.
So I guess we can get semantics. I'll update my statement. Sure.
Semantics on what the word neutral
Sure.
means?
Debt is a
Yeah,
tool,
shit.
is what I initially said. The debt as a tool can be used for good things, and it can be used for bad things, and it can be used for neutral things.
Okay, so how is it good to advocate for women to, let's say, not stay in the home and have children, and instead acquire debt through
She's not advocating for them to not stay in the home, though. It's not an honest. Oh my God. I'm not even in this debate and I'm tired.
some shitty social science and go get a job while they're in debt and they can barely afford to even make it to work, let alone their bills and their car payments? Why is that good? As opposed to our stance is, women shouldn't go out into the workforce. We should prioritize a high level funded campaign to get women to have children and to build the next generations of humans. You're arguing, well, there's no obligation, right? Either way, there's no obligation. We're asking you, why is it good why is feminism good in this particular instance where I'm arguing, Jake and I are arguing, no, don't advocate for women. Actually advocate against it. The ones who break through, fine. If you want to work that bad, great. But at least advocate for women to stay in the home, get married, have children for the next generation. That's going to be more fruitful than them acquiring debt and earning a badge and a cute card for the company they work for. But you're arguing, are you arguing one or the other in this position?
Well,
I actually don't even know.
Well, it's kind of, you probably should know because I've said it a number of times. I think part of the problem is now you're doing the Mott and Bailey thing again. So now you're saying feminism is when,
Please
we
let
call
her
each other
finish
out on their
on her topic.
fallacies. We've done it a number of times, right? It's okay. If you define feminism as women have debt and not kids, then that version of
This guy is just not like this. This is the face of somebody who he is not interested in having his mind changed. He's just there for the blood sports. He's not even paying attention. He's looking around. He's scoffing. He's chuckling. He's laughing at the guy for saying he's married to a feminist. You know, he's calling people, saying that you're making Yelp reviews and that, and adding "lady" at the end of it just for the extra twist of the knife. Like he's just not. I love these kind of guys. Oh man, it's just. it's frustrating for me. Like, or I find it frustrating because there's just so many people like this that have big platforms or in not high positions, but have a lot of influence, and they influence others to behave in a similar way. I just don't think it's good generally. I just think it's really. I mean, it's funny for entertainment, but yeah, that's about it for me.
Of whatever
anyway.
you're calling feminism, I would agree is not good. However, nobody defines feminism that way, right? I offered us a definition of feminism as empowering women, right? I think feminism.
Empowering is.
Well, you also couldn't tell me what empowering is, and then I answered. Jim Bob, pause, breathe. You can do it. I also answered the question, and I said empowerment is giving people choice, which is what Christ does for us. That's when we say that Christ has empowered us. It means that we have free will for salvation. We can choose Him or not choose Him.
Is Christ a patriarchy?
What?
Is Christianity a patriarchy?
Broadly, yeah.
She's just using that. She's just using that to. It doesn't need to be a patriarchy. The question is irrelevant because she's bringing that up as a parallel, as another method to get you to understand her point about what she means when she says empowerment. That's the only reason she brought it up. It doesn't need it asking the follow-up question about does the Christ have the patriarch? I don't even like that erudite even answered that because it's not relevant to why she brought it up. It was purely to be used as a tool, as to build a bridge to help him understand where she's coming from by empowerment.
Free will for salvation. We can choose Him or not.
I want to say people like this don't normally influence en masse, but indeed, if there was tons of people like this, it would be dangerous. 1,000,000%.
Is Christ a patriarchy?
What?
Is Christianity a patriarchy?
Broadly, yeah.
Christ right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want a Christian nation then?
I don't believe that Christianity should be blended with politics. No.
Oh, so you don't think my Christian view should inform my view on, say, abortion?
No, it should absolutely as a voter. I just don't think. It's not a contradiction, right? There's a pretty. It's not a contradiction. I can outline why it's not a contradiction if you'd like.
So premise one, I don't think you should.
Do you want me to outline why it's not a contradiction?
Also, premise two, you should have your theology inform your view on politics.
Okay, so I know you really like wandering around because you really didn't like the GDP argument. So I will pick us back up because we need to go back to the GDP argument because you claimed that we didn't have any argument for how feminism is good. And I argued that the reason why feminism is good is in one standard that it raises GDP by allowing women to enter the workforce, which I think is good for society, right? So we can go back to the whatever you're trying to claim is a contradiction or whatever.
Christianity. Let's stay right with Christianity.
You're the one wandering and running away from the GDP conversation. You did. When I talked about GDP, you switched it all of a sudden to debt. And then when we were talking more about debt, then you switched it to how I couldn't answer about empowerment. And then I outlined how Christianity talks about empowerment. And now we're talking about Christianity. But I would like to talk about GDP. Do you want to talk about GDP?
No, Christianity also talks about patriarchy, but now you're like, well,
sure, I agree. That's just not the point, right? If you want to talk about what we're here to talk about,
let's pick one or the other. Christianity in terms of empowerment or Christianity in terms of patriarchy. Either one. I see that it comes from both sides there, so let's pick one and go.
Well, why don't we talk about GDP? If we want to go back to the actual topic, which is this feminism good for society, then contend with my argument that feminism allows women to choose to enter the workforce, which increases our GDP dramatically by having a 50% infusion of workforce.
Who gives a shit if everyone's in debt and can't afford their bills?
Right, and so then I outlined to you how debt is a tool. Do you have a rebuttal for how debt is not a tool?
It's a tool if people can't afford.
But there's a better argument, like going into why debt can be a tool. It's not the optimal argument there. You don't need to go into that because debt can be a tool, right? It's not always going to be a tool. There's going to be times where it's a detriment. So, but rather than doing that, she needs to highlight that him saying that okay, fine, women can join the workforce, but what does it matter if it increases the debt? She needs to identify or highlight to him that she needs to show why that's not a good argument. And I'm not sure if she's aware of why it's not. To me, it's not a good argument because there being debt doesn't mean that therefore women joining the workforce is inherently wrong or bad or shouldn't happen. Like, I think she needs to reveal that to him. It's funny that he didn't see the relevance of the Christianity question when Erudite asked it earlier. Yeah.
Right? If you flood the market with people getting all after the same jobs, what happens to the payment of that job?
Well, initially you're going to have a wage drop, and then a large amount of.
Has that happened since women have entered the workforce? Yes.
I believe initially there was a wage drop, and then what happened is that there were so many more workers that small business owners could suddenly afford to buy workers, and so more innovation occurred. This is why when we talk about the innovation scale that Ken was referencing, having more workers allows for more innovation scale. You have more people to pick from. It drives wages down. It allows people to afford workers more effectively, and now you have more industry, and suddenly you have more jobs, and therefore more GDP. This is how workforce entering the labor pool increases GDP.
Okay, and that's good for a society that is lacking on children?
Well, these are two separate issues, right? GDP
No,
being
they're not.
good.
They're
Well,
not two separate issues.
Nah,
You
it's
think
two
that-
separate-
separate
no, it is two separate issues because the exploring the topic of feminism is not only about, or it shouldn't only be about the question of children. Now I see he's going to try and make it about that because I think he's going to identify that that's like his ace in the hole, or that's his ultimate argument, because he's going to try and say, well, you can say whatever you want. You can do all your 25 hit combos. You can bring up your economic, geographical, geopolitical information. But what about those babies though? Oh, it can't help produce more babies? Then screw feminism. That's what he's going to try and attempt now. 100%.
more industry, and suddenly you have more jobs and therefore more GDP. This is how workforce entering the labor pool increases GDP.
Okay, and that's good for a society that is lacking on children?
Well, these are two separate issues, right? GDP
No,
being
they're not.
good.
They're
Well,
not two separate issues.
You're not
You think
two
that-
separate issues? Because if
How
you're saying,
not?
if you're arguing feminism is good for X and X is good for flourishing, we're asking you long-term positions, right? Because if you're a feminist, which both of you are, you're making a worldview claim about not only now but the future, right? We're asking you from your worldview, which you're defending tonight, if feminism is good for society, how is it good for future generations if from both of your view you have no obligation to reproduce?
I mean, we can answer this.
I think what needs to be really said at some point, I don't know if it's going to be said in this debate, but like the reason why marriage rates are falling and people are having less children, people are like, the reason why these things are happening across the globe is for way more reasons than just feminism, right? I think that point alone makes their entire side just you just look embarrassing. Like, you don't, it's not even that you look ridiculous, you just look embarrassing. That's what it is. That needs to be brought up and just used to just silence this smugness right now. I'm not sure how they're not seeing that. I'm really not.
In multiple ways, but
I'm not
GDP
understanding.
is still the answer. Like there's innovator scale, GDP, production labels,
Yeah, but Carla, what do you
freedom of
think is
choice.
better? Do you think it's better if the marketplace and the workforce is entirely flooded with women? If you take it to either of the maxims, if women are just in the workforce 100%, or if women are 100% making babies, what do you think is better for a long-term thriving?
You asked that question before. You're just asking it with different words. She already concluded on that hypothetical. What? Did you even listen?
With women, if you take it to either of the maxims, if women are just in the workforce 100%, or if women are 100% making babies, what do you think is better for a long-term thriving society?
To be, again, this is what Jim Bob already asked me. It's a
you
mutual
asked that.
exclusive, like improbable reality. Broadly, what's better
Just taking
long
it to its
term?
logical maxim.
Well, the issue is that feminism is saying that only women should only do work. They should say most, like fourth wave feminism, for example, is very pro mom. Well, branches of it, and then there's some antinatalists, but I hate the antinatalists. Just to be clear.
But what do you think the answer to the question is, though? If we had to go in one direction or the other, do
I
you
already
think it's
answered
better
it.
fluffy notepads and emails, or do you think it's better families and children?
I already answered it. I already said, of course, you need families and birth rate to continue. The issue is that you're creating
Okay.
well, hold on, you're creating a false dichotomy, right? These
So
don't
graph go
these
up.
things. No, well, the graph goes up is important when understanding GDP. This doesn't happen in a
But it's not
vacuum.
long term. It's not sustainable.
Well, women can enter the workforce and have children, right?
But they end up leaving,
They can
right?
do.
Yeah, of course they
If
can.
they hand their kids
And
off
that's
to the state, sure they can do. Yeah. But in terms of the long term, this is a rather new experiment that we've run here in terms of the graph go up that you're talking about. Yes, for the short term, you could argue that it does make the GDP go up. But how's that actually good for society in the long term? That's what we want to know.
Well, a whole bunch of reasons. Strong GDP is really good for a nation for a number of reasons. First of all, it increases jobs, so everyone has more jobs. It increases global wealth of that country. GDP is also incredibly, incredibly important for soft power negotiations at a geopolitical level. So if you don't have a strong GDP as a country, your trade routes are harder. You're going to get tariffed more. You're going to get into trouble more in trades.
I
And so your
hope she touches on, like, I mean, this is obviously going to depend on the person and the experience, and especially when they reach a certain age and they retire or whatever. But I hope at the end of what she says on this tirade right now, I hope she also just does bring up general happiness because and freedom that these choices give to women or people in general, right? Like the ability to, like, if the question is how is it good for society, one of the answers should be, well, people having more freedom allows them to be more happier, to chase the life that they want to live. And whether you disagree with that life or the fuel that allowed them to live that life, you have to concede that their happiness might not be your happiness, but it still doesn't mean that it's not happiness, right? So, and some aspect of making society better should, to some extent, be the fact that people are able to live happier lives or more comfortable lives or safer lives or fend for themselves and pay for the things that they want, live where they want, travel, you know what I mean? Like that has to be part of it as well. But I don't think they would agree with that because in their mind, a good society is just fundamentally different. Their world, their perfect good society world looks very different to Erudite's perfect good society world. And I don't know if they're gonna come fight each other on those points.
Soft power negotiation skills with foreign groups, particularly hostile ones, is vastly decreased if you don't have the GDP to compete with them. So here's a false dichotomy, but hypothetical. Do you think a society that has 0% women in the workforce is better than a society that allows women to be in or out of the workforce? Would it be better?
Yeah.
There's no women in the workforce. Jim Bob says yes.
It's better than what we have today.
Yeah, in the long term, yes.
So then why is Afghanistan such a shit country?
Because cool red herring. So
it's not a red herring.
First of
There's
all,
no women in the
you
workforce.
can't just
I don't think she's doing herself any favors by bringing up other countries that just have radically different histories and circumstances behind whatever situation that they're currently in. Even if women not being in the workforce is part of it, it's just that, right? It's just part of it. I don't think she's doing herself favors by going down this path.
No, stop. So, does Afghanistan are they also informed by a worldview?
Yeah, they have a theocracy.
Okay, cool. So, are we Islam? Are you arguing with Islamicists right now, Erudite? Or are you just,
no, I'm arguing with
just
somebody.
Dishonest? Are you this dishonest?
This isn't dishonest, Jim Bob. So the reason
Yes,
why this is analogous.
Yes, oh, sweetie, don't give me that fucking phone. Look, you just said.
You're okay, Jim Bob.
What happened to this other country acting like you're basically just argued from this position that look at this other country that has all these other variables and look what turned out for them, as if we're holding that position.
Can you find me any single country that exists right now or historically where women were absolutely not allowed in the workforce and the country was better and more competitive as a result of it?
Dude, you're so
That is a good question, though. That is actually true. I don't think there is a country that. I mean, there might be. I shouldn't say that without actually researching it, but I think when she phrases the question in that way, can you think of a country that doesn't allow women in the workforce that is flourishing? That is not a good question. I think it's a fair question.
Country.
I just think that what is not fair is for her to say the reason why X country is doing bad is because they didn't allow the women, especially when she uses Afghanistan as an example. With a country like Afghanistan that has such a history full of strife and conflict and all kinds of American involvement and stuff like. But I think when she phrases it in that way, in regards to the topic, I think it's fine. There is clearly no country that only has men in the workforce. No, but she's talking about countries like, that's why she brought up the Islamic countries, because there are countries where they have, well, for example, there's countries where like women, maybe not entire countries, but parts of the world where women are not allowed. They try to make women not have education, or women are not allowed to have certain jobs, or women like there are some places where what is acceptable or what women are able to do, or where they're able to work, the kind of things jobs they're able to have is way less. So sure, maybe her saying the countries that have where they say women cannot work at all, right? Maybe there's no countries that are like that extreme. But I think her point is that there are countries where their laws and the way they view women, and whether it's like religious countries as well, like according to their doctrine, women can't do these things, so we're not going to allow women to do these things. I think she's asking like, do you think it's good that, or she's basically trying to highlight that when you have countries that do that, there's a clear end result, which is going to be a negative GDP problem, Yeah, huge limitations, but she asked him to show something that doesn't exist. But I hear what you're saying. Yeah, maybe she did ask.
Sweetie, don't give me a country that has all these other variables, and look what turned out for them, as if we're holding that position.
Can you find me any single country that exists right now or historically where women were absolutely not allowed in the workforce and the country was better and more competitive as a result of it?
So the reason why I think it's a fair question is because that's what he's advocating for. He's advocating, like she's saying, what you're advocating for doesn't exist. So that's why so if I was Erudite, it's like, if I'm Erudite, I'm saying to him, the world that you want to have doesn't exist. And the fact that it doesn't exist, you should see that as a reason as to why perhaps this is not a good idea, or perhaps there's reasons why this thing doesn't exist, right? I think that's what she's trying to get at.
You're so dishonest. We didn't say they shouldn't be allowed. Okay, another slip from your little fork tongue. We said it's better if they don't. Is that the same as they shouldn't be allowed?
Oh, so you would say that it's not. So you would say it's
the question.
No, I didn't say
the
this.
same? Can you answer any questions?
I have answered all of your questions, Jim Bob.
It's one yes or no question.
I've answered all of your questions, Jim Bob.
It's a yes or no question. Let's see if you can do it. When I say it's better to have women out of the workforce and at the home, is that the same statement as they shouldn't be allowed to work?
No, it's just false. So hold on, we can back you up. Do you want me to walk you through again? I can hold your hand, Jim Bob. Why did I use the false dichotomy?
No, what you did, Erudite, was you asked a hypothetical and then we answered the hypothetical and then you said, well, that's what you guys must think. But actually, it doesn't account for the
That's not what I did. What I actually did, so Jake, I can outline to what I did. So you guys asked me a false dichotomy where you created two things that were mutually exclusive and wouldn't be allowed to exist together. Where you said women at home or women in the workforce not having children. And I said, well, that's really, these things are not mutually exclusive. So what I did,
women at home, and I didn't say, oh, well, you think that all women should be at home.
Well, what I did instead is I gave you a question where I made two things that are obviously stupid to pretend that they're mutually exclusive, and then you answered these things aren't mutually exclusive, which obviously is true, which is what my original answer was to whether they should stay at home or go to work. My answer would be they should probably do both as they like. Right?
Why are priorities?
Okay, let me give you the real story. I'll give you the real story of what just happened, Erudite.
Sure.
We asked a hypothetical and we said, well, if you take it to its maximum, would it be better if women were just staying at home or if women were just flooding the workforce and being wage slaves? You said staying at home. We said, sure. Then we developed the argument. We could have said, okay, well, Erudite, you think that women should all just stay at home. Why do you think we're all women just staying at home? We could have done that. But that's exactly what you did with your hypothetical. You asked us an unrealistic hypothetical, and then you claimed that was our position. That was what you did.
So what I did is I took your argument, which is that women shouldn't be in the workforce, and I took it to its maximum, which would be 0% of women in the workforce. And I asked you to give me an example of a country, for example, that is stronger as a result of having 0% of women in the workforce.
Before we flooded the women in the workforce, that was a pretty good time in America.
Mm.
Before we thought, oh, feminism, let's just flood society. Let's give women the vote, first of all, like against their will, by the way, predominantly their will. They were like, no, we don't want this. This is a threat to how we live, it's a threat to our values. No, just trump those people, step over them.
Erudite is making a lot of mistakes for sure.
And then
but
vote for all these policies,
at the same time, these two, I
I
almost don't blame her for making the mistakes because
right? On that balance, like they're not good.
Because
like
of the way that they're engaging as well.
Feminism.
Yeah. Very.
As a
very interesting back and forth, but I need to get some rest. It's 1:20 a.m. and I streamed twice in one day, so I'm mad tired. I'm gonna link. I don't know if you're interested in watching the rest of it, but I'll just link it in the chat in case you wanna check it out. You know. Yeah, I need to get some rest. I'm very tired. Very, very tired. Yeah, taking old and sleep. Yeah, it's very, very late. But yeah, thanks for passing through, man. And yeah, I will be back another time. Probably, actually, probably not Saturday or Sunday. I think I'll be back on Monday. Monday. Nope, that's it from me. Funny debate. Yeah, that's wow. Hot takes here and there. All right, man. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the day, and see you on the other side. Peace out, everybody. Take care. Peace out.